Chào bạn, tôi tên là Thái Kim Ngọc, cha tôi tên là Thái Văn Nam, mẹ tôi tên là Dương Thu Hà. Gia đình tôi đến từ vùng Sóc Trăng, Việt Nam. Tôi rất vui và hân hạnh có được cơ hội chia sẻ câu chuyện của tôi cùng các bạn. Hello friends. Thank you all for being here with us today, and a huge thank you to the Asian Mental Health Collective for putting on our second annual Transformations conference. By us, about us, for us. My name is Linda Tai. My people are from southern Vietnam, near where one of the tributaries of the mighty Mekong River meets the South China Sea. I am the child of merchants and traders and people who tended to the land. I am the daughter of fragrant rice. My journey informs my approach to life, and the two cannot be separated. Today, I'm going to share with you some of the fruits of my meditation journey, which was foundational in healing from traumas that I didn't know that I carried. And we'll follow that with a short guided practice. You see, friends, the historical trauma of colonisation, war and refugee exodus left a legacy on myself and my parents that has taken me my entire lifetime to make sense of and to heal from. My family and I were part of the post-war Vietnamese boat people diaspora, and I was 2 years old when my family fled. We made it to a refugee camp on Bidong Island, Malaysia, where my little sister was born. We lived there for 6 months before we were resettled to Australia. As a child, I knew that my parents loved us because they were never there. They were always working to make ends meet in a new country, far from home, far from their ancestors. And my parents also struggled with their own refugee traumas and homesickness and survivor guilt, and they weren't able to be there for me in the ways in which I needed. As a result of this, I didn't know how to grieve because my parents never taught me, because they didn't know how to, because they were traumatized and living in survival mode, starting a new life in a new country. Our family didn't have the capacity nor the resources to grow emotionally. And yet there was love. There was so much love expressed through sacrifice. As a result of these circumstances, I had struggles in life around belonging, identity, self-worth, safety, and codependency. I frame codependency as the inability to grieve, the inability to let go. And it's taken me a lot of work to grieve the childhood that I could have had, to grieve the parents that I should have had, to grieve what happened to us and what could have happened if that hadn't have happened to us. And so I'm going to share with you now a meditation practice that was instrumental in my own healing journey, and instrumental in my own healing journey specifically in regards to my parents. Please know that it's invitational. And so if this doesn't feel right for you for whatever reason, you don't have to do it. It's a guided meditation around your parents. And I want you to know that I'll also be speaking about parents using gendered nouns and pronouns, mother and father, he and she. And I want to acknowledge that there are many, many expressions of relationships and family beyond the traditional monogamous relationship, and many expressions of parenthood and gender outside of the gender binary. And so if it feels okay with you, I'm going to invite you to go back in time. And so we'll take some breaths, and if it feels okay with you, we'll go back in time. And I invite you to consider a period of time before your birth, long before your birth. I invite you to visualize your mother as a newborn baby, small and chubby and helpless, requiring constant attention and care. What were the circumstances of the family that she was born into? What was going on in the world, in her world, when your mother was born? I invite you, if it's okay with you, to visualize your mother as a baby, crawling, learning how to walk, the beginnings of learning how to talk. Your mother as a toddler, as a small child. And your mother as an older child, a teenager, becoming a young woman. Who was your mother? As a person, as a child. What sort of life had she had before you even existed in her imagination? What were her interests and goals and dreams? I invite you now to visualize your father as a newborn baby, small and chubby and helpless, requiring constant attention and care. I wonder, what were the circumstances of the family that he was born into? What was going on in the world, in his world, when your father was born? I invite you, if it's okay with you, to visualize your father as a baby, crawling, learning how to walk, the beginnings of learning how to talk. Your father as a toddler, a small child, an older child, a teenager, becoming a young man. Who was he, your father, as a person, as a child? What sort of life had he had? What sort of person was he before you even existed in his imagination? What were his interests and goals and dreams? How did your parents meet? How old were they? What was their relationship like? Was it young love? Was it an arranged marriage? All the possibilities. And what was going on I wonder, in your mother's life as you were growing inside of her body? And I wonder what was going on for your father as you were growing inside your mother's body. And how old were they? What else was going on in their lives and in the world? I invite you now, if it's okay with you, to consider yourself perhaps as a newborn baby. Small, chubby, helpless, requiring constant attention and care. And I invite you to pause here, if it's okay with you, to hold this image of yourself as a newborn, to perhaps hold yourself as a newborn. And I invite you to hold the image of yourself and each of your parents as babies. Thank you, friends.
Okay, test, test, test. Let us hope we are working and live.
Yay. Mhm.
Get a thumbs up from the folks at home, hopefully.
Nice.
Oh, and the panelists too, working and live.
Yay. Mhm.
Get a thumbs up from the folks at home, hopefully. Okay. Team, how are things sounding? Anyone? Oh, it's coming through. Okay. All right. Sounds like we're working. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for bearing through some of the technical difficulties. Okay. It's kind of, all right. Sounds like just what happens when doing things live. So it sounds like we are back and ready to go. And yeah, I mean, all I was going to talk about was some of the nitty gritty. So let's get on to the fun stuff. And yeah, we have a fantastic group of panelists here with us today for our internalized stigma panel. I've had the pleasure of getting to know these folks from previous events and just from chatting, and yeah, y'all are in for a treat at home. So I'll hand it off for intros for each of the panelists to just share a bit of background, where you're coming from, and yeah, can start with Ryan.
Nice. First. All right, no pressure. I'm Ryan Alexander Holmes, actor, content creator. I think it all really started for me in terms of expressing my true self when I started talking about my real experience unencumbered being Black and Chinese in America, a double minority. What a privilege. And just really talking about my experience being 100% both cultures and embracing both cultures, and talking about the miscommunications and the joys and the humor of being both and being loved by both sides of the family that also loved each other. And so I started making content and really diving into and being vulnerable and sharing with people my experience. And what happened is, I was able to form a community that I never thought existed. That wasn't the goal when I set out, but that's what I achieved, and that's why I'm here today. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting me. Looking forward to talk, because I like to talk.
And you talk so well. I always enjoy your content on Instagram, so make sure to give him a follow. But yeah, pass it off to Sarah.
Thanks, Christian. Hi, Ryan. My name is Sarah Stanizai. I'm a licensed therapist, and I run a group practice here in Long Beach, California. I'm also a coach, and I focus on working with other Afghan diaspora women. So my sister and I were both born here in Los Angeles, but our parents are from Afghanistan, and I've really exploring that part of my identity has really helped my professional work and also just my personal integration. So I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah. I'm happy to have you on board again for another round of some exploration. I'll pass it off to Linda.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Christian. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Kayali. Linda Tai. I'm a trauma therapist. I was born in Vietnam. I was raised in Australia, and these days I live in Fairbanks, Alaska, on the stolen lands of the Tanana Athabascan peoples. I feel in many ways I'm redefining what it means to be American. And for me, discovering Alaska meant that I could begin to actually recognize all the ways in which I am Australian and I am Vietnamese and I am Alaskan. And it's such a gift to be here with you all today. For me, unpacking, uncovering, and reclaiming these aspects of myself that I had to give away in order to survive has been so rejuvenating and liberating and full of grief and reclamation.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Linda. And I believe the meditation went on earlier. I was trying to figure out some things around, but thank you so much for sharing that with the world. That'll also be in our resource sheet. I think it's always great to hear your voice. So. And yeah, last but not least, we have Keali'i, Kawaii, sorry.
No worries. So, aloha mai kako o Azea ke ali'i o ka malu kawahi ko'u i noa. He Hawaii au a me mahalo no ka ho'okomana no ke wahi. So, aloha everybody. In our culture, we always like to introduce ourselves in our native tongue first. I'm Native Hawaiian and I am white. I am so honored to be here amongst these great people. I feel so insignificant and I'm so excited to hear their stories also too. I am in my last year of my doctoral program, and I'm a Kanaka or a Native Hawaiian who's just set to go back home and hopefully help out our people reconnect and heal through these aspects of identity and trauma. And I'm just so excited to hear everybody else's story. So mahalo for having me here.
100% worthy to be here. Don't sell yourself short. We're super happy to have you in this group, and I think the story, I mean, from what I know is, from what I've heard, is definitely something that needs to be told. So yeah, I guess on that, why don't we get started? And yeah, I think again, so this panel, we're looking at internalized stigma, looking at the aspects of self in ourselves that have been really repressed over the years, just kind of things that we've, again, internalized from just kind of our identity, where we're coming from. I mean, I think we just definitely have to, as the panelists have already mentioned, grapple with a number of different cultures, different backgrounds that we come from. And yeah, I think it's one of those things where especially we kind of have to deal with a lot of East versus West mentality, culture. And yeah, I think I want to invite Linda. I always enjoy your story of kind of like some of your background to be able to share ever since the first time, what was it? Caribou Vegemite. I think that's, oh no, pho, it was pho. I always go back, it's just a very, but yeah, if you could kind of speak to some of your background in terms of just the cultures that you've touched, that are just a part of you, I think we'd love to hear it.
Sure. Look, I'm a former child refugee. So my parents and I were Vietnamese boat people, and we were part of the first wave of that diaspora. And so when we got to Australia, it was a very rural setting, and I'm 2 years old. There's like 3 other Vietnamese families. We were very quickly given Anglo-Saxon names, and it became really evident that we needed to learn English and learn the customs and the cultures of the new place that we were living at. And growing up in Australia, I never felt quite Australian enough, and I never felt quite Vietnamese enough, because by the time there were Vietnamese language schools around, I'd already lost all of my Vietnamese language. And so my little sister and I are like best friends every single Sunday afternoon for 3 years, because we couldn't make friends with the other Vietnamese kids by this point in time. And so there was that within culture rejection, as well as I'll never be white enough, even though I was, trying my damnedest to be by learning every single name of the Australian League's football team, and where they stood on the AFL ladder, and, all the fantastic players that I had to follow. And so it was when I eventually got to Alaska that I got to pause and get homesick enough for aspects of my identity that I didn't realize that I had embodied. And so every time I'd go to Alaska for a month or 2 or 3, I'd be taking my Vegemite, right? And I'd be making my scrambled eggs. And then eventually I was making caribou pho and moose rice paper rolls and wild duck egg rolls. And in those moments of missing, I actually got to experience all the parts of me that I have been able to integrate from Australian cultural identity as well as Vietnamese cultural identity.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Linda, whenever you tell that story, you are literally telling my story too.
Yeah, I was actually going to go next to you, Sarah. I mean, I think one of the things that, everyone from this panel I know has kind of gone through is never quite being enough and having society tell you who you're supposed to be. So yeah, I just wanted to hear your story. That's yeah.
I think that especially the thing that people don't have words for, you know, outsiders don't expect, but even, you know, children of immigrants and refugees we don't realize what's happening is I, myself, and so many other people that I know really focused on how rejected we were from white mainstream American culture. And we forget how rejected we also felt from within our own communities based on classism, religion, when we arrived, how we arrived, if we did it the right way. And that just like further displaces people from our own communities. And I used to be I did also want to be so white and so American, and I passed and I was like, great. I really, really turned my back on my own culture, but I didn't know how to re-enter Afghan communities. I was weird and like whatever, not super religious. I didn't speak the language. And even still now, being openly queer, an openly bisexual person, there's a lot of places that will say like, well, just be careful who you say that to, or, you know, I know people are talking, but I don't listen to those. But that rejection from within our own communities, you know, take your pick. I don't know if that's, to me, that kind of feels more hurtful than, you know, I expect it from mainstream culture, but not knowing how to fit back into our own communities has been really confusing, and part of the reason why I always say this thing where like I kept trying to wait for a seat at the table or invitation to the party, and I was like, I'm just gonna throw my own party. And I was terrified to do that. I said, nobody's gonna want to do this. Afghan American women are not gonna come want to work with me, and I was super wrong. And what I'm really happy about is the diversity of experience, but also all the common threads are like, well, I was an outlier and I couldn't go to the masjid. I couldn't go to like these family events. I would walk in and everybody knew each other except me. And I was like, okay, well, I guess these aren't my people either. And so that's what I want people to know, is you can just make your own community.
Thanks for sharing that, Sarah. I think it really does bring up that notion of finding your own community, especially creating it. But yeah, it's kind of.
And I also say, I'll stop after this, but like I just remind people, like you can't appropriate your own culture.
Yeah.
By definition, like if that is how you are, then you are whatever enough. So don't let other people like be gatekeepers of that for you. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah, no, very much. You know yourself and you know who you are and where you know you belong. And yeah, I think Ryan, on that, I know this is a conversation we've had a number of times, just kind of finding where you're at and the journey it took you to get there. So please do share.
Will I ever find it? That's the question. I don't even know where to start. I guess I'll start at the beginning when I was a child. You know, I was raised by my mother and my father, and my father's African American. My mother's Chinese. She's an immigrant from Taiwan. And very much so in the house, we were very much in tune with the culture and taught the history. You know, my dad made it a point to always tell me like, you know who you are, right? But it was kind of hard leaving the house and going outside of that house and being that person that I was inside the house, right? Because the world didn't treat me the same that my parents did, right? That self-acceptance was always there, but it was just really hard to bring that to me or bring that with me into the world, right? So I think, you know, it's only been 2 years since I've really been expressing myself publicly and embracing my Asian heritage, embracing my Black heritage in the way that I want to. And so what I realized, it was always there. I just needed to express it. And so I think about the people who are watching this, who think they don't know who they are, who think they have to prove to other people who they are when they already know who they are, right? Sarah, you talked about it. Linda, you talked about it. Kaylee, you're going to talk about it. I know your story. But for me, it was, you know, growing up in an Asian and white, pretty conservative Republican community that was always telling me how to be Black. But there was no Black people there, yet they were telling me how to be Black. And it took me a long time to realize how ridiculous that is. How are you gonna tell me how to be Black and you're not even Black? I'm the only Black person you know, so where are you getting this information from, right? And that was the Asian kids, that was the white kids as well. And I remember looking in the mirror as a child and wanting my nose to be smaller, wanting my lips to be smaller. I wanted to look like Brandon, you know, my white homie. I wanted to look like him. And to me, it wasn't about looking white. It was just about fitting in, you know? And I look back at that period of time too, and a lot of the Asian kids were trying to assimilate into that white culture as well, you know? Now that I've sort of tapped into my Asian culture publicly and I share that, I've reunited with some of those friends, and they said that they felt the same way, that they were trying to assimilate. And I'm like, man, if we just had the language and the verbiage to connect with each other about that, about how we both as kids felt like outsiders to our own community because we were trying to fit in, you know, I think that's why sharing our story is so important. That's why these panels are so important, because those talks don't happen. They don't have the place to happen. And in these talks, right, it's very hard to do it yourself. But in these talks, you find communion, you find community to say like, hey, I've been through this, you know. And I'll look at, you know, Afghani woman like Sarah. I'll look at a Vietnamese immigrant like Linda. I'll look at mixed race Hawaiian and white person like Kayali, and I'll be like, wow, my story lives in that person too. Like I can find community in someone who's not Black and Chinese and grew up in a white environment. Like I can actually share my story with them and find that within them. I've completely forgotten what the prompt is, but I said what I said.
No, I hit it. Don't sweat. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that's great about this group. I think it's very we know where the flow goes. So
yeah,
but yeah, I think one of the things you were mentioned, just kind of like, I think especially I know you mentioned in one of our chats, but just like kind of having to it very suppressed, very containing, especially some of your anger at things. I know that was one thing we mentioned, and just kind of society making, like telling you like, oh yeah, you need to keep these bottled up. There's no outlets for it. And again, that's one of the main reasons we are hosting these kinds of sessions. But yeah, society making. Yeah, so I think on that, Keali'i, I know like that's something that's been a big one for you. And I think the energy, joy, creativity, spark, inspiration that you bring to reclaiming your culture, it's truly wonderful. And yeah, I would love you to share that with our audience.
Definitely mahalo. It's hard to follow up these guys. Set a good bar here. I love it. I definitely want to also highlight what Ryan was saying too, with just like having this community right in here. It just feels so comfortable being able to share. So this is just a little way for people to know too. You find this group like this, you're gonna already start feeling this, having these conversations, like you said. But yeah, personally, being born in Hawaii, grew up in California afterwards, and I would go back and forth about 4 or 5 times a year. There was a definite split in how I experienced my identity. I would be in my safe place back home in Hawaii with my family who would accept me for who I am, who knew who I was. Not that my family in California didn't, but the environment surrounding it. Same kind of thing as Ryan. I was in a very predominantly white area that was higher socioeconomic status. I was literally the only Polynesian in my entire school until my senior year of high school when I transferred schools, and then I was one of 3. So I was very much like the, kind of like you were saying, Ryan, like you're like, this is what they know is what that represents. And I had to struggle through that. And bringing back up on that part with like the anger, I had to learn where to channel it at the time, because that's the tools that I had. You know, as I grew older, I learned more and figured more out ways to heal from it. But in that exact part, I really was kind of in survival mode. I noticed I met myself, you know, through high school getting angrier and angrier, not knowing why. Same as Ryan said too, like getting told how I should act, or getting asked questions like, oh, do you guys live in grass shacks? I'm like, no, like we had electricity before the White House did. Like we're kind of advanced, you know, like things like that. And at that time, how I survived was I channeled it. I said, okay, like I'm playing sports. It's a great way for me to let it out there. And I said, you know what? Okay, I can't just be angry all the time. I need to put it somewhere. So I funneled into, okay, if something goes on about my family or my heritage, that's when I'm allowed to get mad. Other than that, I need to let things go, because it's too much. It has to be directly towards those parts. And that's what helped me survive. And as I grew older, I'd like to claim a little wiser. I was able to get some good knowledge passed down from my ancestors and from kumu, or teachers around me, and how to let that go. The main little quote or metaphor that we like to use, we always, talking story is how we passed on our knowledge back in the day. So I'll give a little story just to kind of summarize all that. And what my tutu, or my grandfather, had told me, he's worked mental health, social work for like 40 something years. He's a pro. He had said, in this life, it's as though you're swimming, and you're swimming your whole life to an island. And some people, their parents, when they come into this life, they bought them a yacht. They get to just cruise on that boat all the way there to the island. Other people are tied, you know, restraints around their wrists when they're born, and they have to swim with that until they can break free of those. For you, what you're experiencing right now is you have these weights that are being placed around your neck by those around you, and what you need to do is take those weights and let them go so they don't sink you down with them as you swim. And it's not an easy process, because it's there, it's solid, it's tangible, that anger. It's an easy emotion to latch onto, and it makes you feel solid, because at least you feel safe. Like, okay, I can just kind of like sit in my corner and punch out to whatever comes near, because at least I'm solid in my corner. And being able to let go of those weights has really helped me out through this process. So I want to just give that story, that mo'olelo, in a way that connects to those from our communities. So mahalo.
Do you have something you want to mention, Ryan, or was it just a
Oh no,
frank
I
hearing?
was that was
I mean,
I have something I'm sitting with. I'm noticing how like each of us, like the communities that we come from and our cultures, because of all the displacement and violence and misrepresentation, and so many people being like, I was the only one. We were all the only one, or one of the very first ones. And I grew up in a very diverse, you know, nobody had heard of Afghanistan. Remember when nobody had heard of Afghanistan? Oh my God.
oh man.
But what that, I'm realizing how much of an identity crisis in those communities that we were trying to break into, our own community. We were so confused about who we were, who we had to be, what parts of us were welcome, how to assimilate, be visible, be invisible, how to just survive, that the version, you know, the diaspora version of all of our cultures is obviously very, very different from the, you know, our, you know, people at home. The diaspora version. And it's just like coming together for me, because I always say, especially for Afghans, like the fact that I was so disconnected and, you know, didn't represent my culture at all. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't something that I did choose to do it because of what I was told about it. Either it doesn't exist, never heard of it, not important. And then like magically overnight, it was like everybody had an opinion and it was a terrible one. And I was left to you know, when it's like the teacher says something and everybody in the class knows it refers to you, so they all turn and look at you and you're like, I don't know. I grew up here, like, I'm looking at the same internet as everybody else. I don't know. This is also pre-internet because I'm 100 years old. But like, even the communities that we're trying to break into also have this identity crisis too. And so when you realize that you're trying to get into this party, you're trying to get at this table that like they don't know what they're doing, you stop letting them be gatekeepers and you realize like, oh, well, I'm just gonna have to, I have responsibility to learn this for myself. I don't need to look around at anybody else. People are actually looking to me because I am the only one that they know. And so I get to define it and redefine it for people. And I also like to just say, like, I won't make anybody do this, but like, think of any famous Afghan person that you know, and they're probably not actually Afghan. Like, Google it. We're so like misrepresented and associated with things that have nothing to do with us that even, so it's not an accident. People feel so guilty in all cultures. They feel so guilty that they don't know everything. I don't know the history. I can't defend us. I don't speak the language. But that has been on purpose by mainstream culture.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off of that. When I really dived into my Asian heritage and my Chinese heritage and Chinese history and the language and picking it back up again and trying to connect with other Chinese Americans, what I realized is like what's inherent in a lot of Chinese American stories is they wanted to assimilate. And sometimes their parents wanted them to assimilate to such an extreme extent that they didn't teach them the language, didn't teach them Chinese history, Chinese American history, which Chinese American history is not even taught in schools, you know? And so now I'm looking at them like, wow, we're kind of in the same boat, but I looked at you as if you already had all that, right? So now there's a connection there. It's like, hey, let's figure this out together, you know, if you want to, because some of them still don't want to, you know? And that's also what, Sarah, you were talking about too. It's like this system perpetuates that. We're up against sort of like our own community and the system, and our own community feels a certain way about themselves because of the system that they inherited when they came here, right? It's violence, right? Being a person of color is associated with violence in our history in this country, you know? So it's almost like we don't even want to be that. It's in our blood. That violence and that PTSD has carried over into our blood. It's carried over into the way that people speak to us, right? So how can we embrace for ourselves who we are, so and find out our history on our own, you know, in maybe our own community spaces, not from people outside of our communities trying to tell us and define who we are, right? Because that's not who we are.
And I want to pick up that thread about people, you know, so I'm Vietnamese, and so everyone knew about Vietnam by the time we got to Australia. Yeah, and so my identity and my people's identity is so conflated with war, and yet yet trauma is unspeakable. So when I try and ask my parents about Vietnam or being Vietnamese, they go into shutdown because they're not able to talk about who they are and where they've come from, because the degree of traumatic separation that we experienced meant that they weren't able to pass on aspects of who they are to us. And it was only years later when I was in college and I decided to study modern Vietnamese history and modern Chinese history as well, and language. And in the Vietnamese department at university, there were 2 Vietnamese professors and 1 Anglo-Saxon professor. And they knew why I didn't know. And they didn't need to ask why I didn't know, and they didn't need to ask why I wanted to know. And I found that to be so spacious for me to have my own journey through that. And through that process, I realized my dad has a 6th grade education and my mother has a 9th grade education. And they're living, they're even older than Sarah, right? So they're living and so they weren't taught the history of their own country. And so how were they able to pass that on to me? And when you're living in the midst of war, you're not keeping up with it the way people outside of the situation are keeping up with it. And so, I don't know, I'm kind of speechless myself when I think back about the assumptions that others had of me, that I also then made assumptions of my parents. And at some point I realized there's a lot of pain there, and it's okay to move towards whatever pain arises in the process of learning.
Wow. If I can comment on that one too.
Go for it.
Wow, like just kind of how everybody's been saying, and thank you, Luna. That touched me. That like made me think of just like the experiences in which I had in that same journey. I was fortunate enough to where my family is one of the few families, I would say, in Hawaii that still has native Olelo Hawaii speakers. They still speak Native Hawaiian, and we were one of the few that were able to continue to pass on like Ike or knowledge down. And many of these families back home, or especially in the mainland, haven't been able to have that privilege because our language was banned like till like 1957. Our hula was banned for years, you know. We lost almost entirety of our population, so a lot of that culture was lost. And like just as many other stories here, there's that intergenerational trauma, that historical trauma brings about that guilt, and like they want their kids to assimilate, they want to seem less. I know families who have removed Hawaiian from like birth certificates of their kids to avoid stigma, things like that back home and out here. Or lots of families, even like myself, like will put an English name first. Like my first name's Isaiah, and then Keali'io Kamalu for my middle name. So things like that. And I also identify with like your journey too, in the aspect of, even though my family did pass down knowledge about what had happened to me, they still said that for your own healing, you need to go and you need to seek it out yourself. You need to go connect. And that's what really helped me out. And I feel like it's such a way for others to is just participate and go and throw yourselves in. It's okay if you don't know. I promise you, they'll take you right in and they'll tell you, you know what, like come learn. If you're willing to go in and learn respectfully, they'll take you in, you know. And if you find communities where you go in respectfully and they don't exactly have the warm welcome, maybe that's not the community for you. Maybe they have their own things that they're trying to work through themselves. But honestly, like my journey, like I'm not a native Olelo Hawaii speaker. Like I learned it in college. I learned it as I grew older. But yet the concepts still remain. Something my tutor always says is, there's the form of things and then there's the essence, right? The form is like the language, that's the medium, that's the thing that connects us in passing down. But the essence is that knowledge that our kupuna, our ancestors, passed down onto us. And though we may get tidbits from certain parts, and it could be something as simple as what you do before you eat a meal or how you eat a meal, but those bits of knowledge that you do hold, those are valuable, and that is your culture. And that's something that I wanted to express to those who are watching and to all of us here, that, you know, you have it within you. It just, maybe you don't have the old name for what it was. Yeah.
I think we're really fighting like a revolution every day by just fighting to be who we know we are. Like it's actually like a war we're fighting, you know? That reclamation, like Keali, you were talking about how they literally banned the language. They banned a language. They banned traditions. How do you do something like that? You know, then it makes you feel like it's not safe to be yourself, and that's carried down, right? So now we have to fight against that feeling of being unsafe. You know, I think a lot of people, you know, and Sarah, you can attest to that too, right? Of what people's idea of who you are is because of the lens that they're seeing it through. right? The media has a huge part in that, right? You know, being African American, I feel like, you know, especially when I was growing up in the early 2000s, like the perpetuation of what an African American man was supposed to be. Like a lot of the times I felt like I was just trying to be appeasing and nice so that I could, and obviously I'm kind and I'm a kind person, but sometimes it felt like I was being so nice as to make people feel comfortable before I even spoke a word, because I didn't want them to think that I was an animal or I was dangerous or that I was a criminal, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm still shedding that. I'm still like, I want to be kind, but I don't want to be kind because I don't want people to think I'm a criminal, but I'm not a criminal. So why do, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's an interesting battle that we fight every day. And I really do feel like a warrior, and I feel like I'm surrounded by warriors when I have conversations like this.
Yeah, the internet loves to tell us to stop people pleasing, and I think that's what you're describing. Like, I'm gonna be kind. I don't have to be nice.
Hmm.
Yeah, the internet loves to tell us. You know, I'm just thinking, like, this is the self panel. We're talking about really big ideas and families and generations and continents, but the impact that this has on ourselves, of that identity crisis, you know, that imposter syndrome, that like, I'm not really who I am feeling. How the world sees me is not how I see myself. I don't even see myself. I don't have a mirror. I haven't been reflected. I'm the only one. So of course that will make me feel like I don't have an identity, and I don't have a right to claim an identity. I haven't proven it by some weird measure. And that's why I remind people, like, definitely have conversations like this. Definitely do, even if you don't have a connection through elders or family or community. You know, there, like you said, Linda, there is a lot of grief. It's like a recurring grief of like what I could have had. And every time someone in your family, you lose them, you're like, oh, I'm not going to learn the history from that person. And it's sad. It's tragic. But I remind people, not just Afghans, but to, you know, you can research where your name is from. You can research where your family is from, what part of the North or South, what is in that part of that country. You can look up the pop music from that place now. It's really good. They're bangers. I don't know. I don't know any Afghan pop music, but you can look up the recipes and learn how to make them. And like you said, Kiali, when you said that, like what you do before you eat a meal, that like knocked me over. I was like, that's true. There's so much stuff. If you watch footage of people in whatever part of the world your family's from, they look like your family. So you will start to recognize all the ways that you carry your culture with you, whether it's palatable for the part of the world you live in or not. And I think if I want the self panel to whoever's watching, if it teaches them anything, it's like, you represent who you are. You have a right to claim that knowledge, and you can define it for yourself. And the minute, like you said, the minute you start saying it, oh, this is who I am, this is where I'm from, people are like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Nobody's going to be like, you are not allowed to be this. We just do that to ourselves. So that's all.
In the spirit of time, we have 3 minutes left, as everyone's mentioning in the chat. 45 minutes is not enough time. So yeah, we'll definitely be having more of these events. But before we close out, I just want to kind of ask, and Sarah's already been kind of hinting at it going into it, but what would y'all suggest to folks to kind of relieve these shackles, to be able to learn more about your culture and hear those stories? Yeah, Linda looks deep in thought, so I don't know if I want to go to her first, but I feel like Linda probably has an answer because she always does. So
she always has the answer.
sorry, Ryan Kelly. She's gonna put something out there, and y'all are just gonna have to try to
follow it. We're ready.
Yeah, you know, I really believe in healing at the individual and at the family level. And when I look back on my own journey, I see all the ways in which the trauma that happened to my family caused for me to move away from my culture, and that made me a sitting duck for internalized whiteness.
Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, and it was terrifyingly painful for me to actually come out of denial about the fact that I'm a trauma survivor, my parents are trauma survivors, and I conflated their trauma symptoms with our culture, and that made me turn away. That's what made me turn away from my culture, and I didn't have anyone who could explain that to me.
Brian?
It just makes me kind of emotional just thinking about sort of what my parents had to go through, right? I think, there has to be a compassionate way that you view the people that raised you, right? My father grew up in the Jim Crow South, right? There's a lot of trauma involved in that, right? He didn't have a father. His father was murdered. So I think for me, like, I'm just very grateful that he was always there for me in my life, and we'll have arguments, we always have arguments every time we talk. But the underlying love that's there is always there, right? And it takes knowing your history to truly see that. And they don't want to tell us our history, right? And our parents don't want to talk about their trauma. My mother's an immigrant from Taiwan. She didn't know English when she got here. And they don't want to tell us. All she had was the money to pay for her first semester of college. Don't want to talk about their trauma. Hope that she got a scholarship, and she did, right? What was that experience like, being so alone by yourself, thousands of miles away from home, right? Hope that she got a scholarship. So, when I think about, my parents raised me like this, done this to me, I have to always tap back into the compassion, and I always do, of what it means to have been an immigrant, what it means to have been a person of color, a Black man in this country, in this system, right? How has that empowered me, right? It's net positive astronomically. And I'm just lucky, and I'm grateful to be able to have had them in my life to teach me the lessons that they taught me. And they are the reason why I'm able to speak in the way that I do. And that's American history, right? And for me, it's what my whole life is really about. It's my purpose, is to share that story, is to have conversations like this and share these stories with people. So to the people that are listening, it's like everything is connected to this. And when you start expressing yourself, and you're not afraid to stand alone, and you're not afraid to say what you truly think, and you might be wrong, but that's not the point. The point is not that you're wrong. The point is that you're saying it, and you will learn from those mistakes. But if you don't start, you'll forever be erased and assimilated in this country that erases you, right? So my advice, or my parting wisdom, is to just to truly express yourself. Don't be afraid of standing alone. It's gonna be tough. There's gonna be pain. There's gonna be tears. You know what I mean? It's gonna feel like the end of the world. But once you get through that, it's amazing, and the journey never stops, right? And you will find your community by doing that. You will forever feel powerful. That's all I have to say.
Kelly.
Ooh, man. Oh, we are setting the bar high. I love it. Oh, I'm trying to hold back tears myself. It speaks to the soul. Hearing from you both. It's, if I were to really like try to find a piece of wisdom to impart to for everybody. It's just that I think it'd be mainly that the strength that it takes for you to have gotten through what you've gotten through so far is far more burdensome than the strength it'll take for you to be who you are and stand strong in that. I promise you, it has been harder and it will get easier. You know, like he said, you know, there's gonna be times when you're wrong. There's gonna be times when, you know, it's some struggle, but I promise that struggle will be such a gratifying process that it makes it worth it 1,000 times over. So to all of you out there who are listening, and whoever listens to this or passes this down to your families in the future, trust in your ancestors that they knew who they were, and trust in yourself that you know who you are, so that your kids and your next generations will trust in themselves and who they are.
Well, that's all we got time for, but I needed this very much at this moment in my life, just going through my own journeys with therapy. This is actually what's been topical the last few weeks. So I really, really appreciate y'all for sharing these stories with myself and with the audience. Just gratitude. Yeah, we'll look to continue these conversations as we go along, as we definitely should. And thank you all again for joining us. And yeah, we'll definitely be talking more about intergenerational trauma in the next session to come. So
much fun. Also, thank you, Christian. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Christian, so much. Thank you.
Mahalo, Christian.
Yes.
All right, you take care, all.
Hi, everyone. I'm John Doris. I am the Chief of Technology at AMHC. So happy we're doing Transformation again this year. I'm very passionate about destigmatizing mental health care in the Asian community. I'm also very passionate about music. And so I'm able to share some of my music today. Writing and performing music has been my own therapy and something that I enjoy so much. So happy to share some of my original music today, and I hope you can relate to, getting that therapy from your hobbies and things that you enjoy. So, hope you enjoy. This first song is called Apple Juice. Oops. Got one mulligan. Here we go.
Apple juice, oh apple juice, you are so sweet and crisp, like a fresh apple picked from the tree, but you feel better on my lips. Apple juice, oh apple juice, you are so sweet and crisp, like a fresh apple picked from the tree, but you feel better on my lips, yeah. You refresh me, oh, every day like a cool breeze in the air. Oh, what I would do if I could get you anywhere. Apple juice, oh, apple juice, you are so sweet and crisp, like a fresh apple picked from the tree, but you feel better on my lips, yeah. When you're sold out at the store, I can't help but stress. No other brand will do, because Mott's is the best. Apple juice, oh, apple juice, you are so sweet and crisp, like a fresh apple picked from the tree, but you feel better on my lips, yeah. Don't give me modified, little sugar or diet. Give me that original that no one gave me in, 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 that no one gave me in. Yeah. Apple juice, oh, apple juice, you are so sweet and crisp, like a fresh apple picked from the tree, but you feel better on my lips. Apple juice, oh, apple juice, you are so sweet and crisp, like a fresh apple picked from the tree, but you feel better on my lips. 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 Feel better on my lips, oh yeah. You feel better on my lips. 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 Oh yeah.
This one's called Fading Away.
There's a squirrel in a tree, and he's staring at me, and the look in his eyes is he wants to be free. Is that what you want? Have you thought it aloud? Do you want all the things to do without? As I stare at the wall, as I think of it all, is there more to this world? Is there more than this girl? Feel her fading away like the sunset of a day. Can I lie to her now? Can't save our sound. Yeah. Are you fading away? Is that all you can say? Do you want to be free? Do you want to be like me? Are you fading away? Is that all you can say? Do you want to be free? Do you want to be this might be the time to lay down my rhymes. My soul must be found, I must find my own sound. Here and now, far away, getting stronger every day. When it gets here, I know it's gonna be time to start the show. Do you hear it now? Do you hear the sound that brings us world, that brings new birth? Is the start of the show. Let everybody know that you have your own sound, and you know that it's right. Hey. Are you fading away? Is that all you can say? Do you want to be free? Do you want to be like me? Are you fading away? Is that all you can say? Do you want to be free? Do you want to be like me? Yeah.
I can never tell when we're actually live. I'm assuming, yep, okay. All right. This is probably a moment of dead air again. I'm still figuring out all of this streaming stuff from last year's conference. So, but yeah, welcome everyone to our next panel of the day on community and intergenerational trauma. As y'all who kind of tuned in for the last session, I think that kind of left the teaser for what we're going to be chatting about here, and some of the difficulties of those stories that are left behind, could be left behind from generations and things left unsaid across ages. So hoping to break some of those cycles. And moderating this panel, we have Dr. Meng. who is a Taiwanese American psychologist, serving as the assistant director of training at counseling and psychological services at Carnegie Mellon, and the founder of CHI Psychological Services. So with that, I will hand it off to Dr. Meng.
Thank you, Christian. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're coming from. And welcome to our awesome panelists joining us today. I'm Meng, and I use she, her pronoun, and I will be moderating this panel today. So it was a really hard following conversation because the South panel has done a wonderful job, and I really hope that our conversation will keep that legacy going. For the community panel, we will have a discussion with our awesome panelists here to talk about breaking down barriers of intergenerational trauma. From research and practices that we know from a lot of literature is that one of the important ways to mediate or heal from the impact of trauma is actually to have conversation, to be in community with one another, and to have a community that, like we have, that the Asian Mental Health Collective has put together for this conference. So this is something that I'm so excited about for us to discuss, and hope that this is one of the ways that we can start coming together as a community. So what I would do is to briefly introduce our panelists, and then we will get the conversation going. So joining us today, we have Diana, who is the Executive Director of Letter to Stranger. We have Monica, welcome Monica, who is an Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence. We have Miwa, who is an actor and painter. And Valerie, who is a social justice advocate and a licensed marriage and family therapist. So I'm excited to get the conversation going. So I'm just going to jump right in. For all our panelists here today, can you please share your story as it pertains to your mental health journey? And please unmute yourself and share with us. Valerie, looks like you're ready to go.
I was actually hoping somebody else would go first, but so yeah, just a little bit about me. I'm Chinese American, cisgender female, second generation. Growing up, I didn't fall into the stereotype of the quiet Asian kid that was respectful of my parents, did everything they asked. I was actually more of the black sheep of the family, the rebellious one. So I was constantly told I was doing a lot of things wrong, and several times I was threatened. I was threatened to be sent to boot camp actually when I was a kid, so I would learn how to listen. And at school, I was the opposite. I was quiet, listened to my teachers. I just wanted to belong and fit in somewhere. And because of the many restrictions I had growing up, I grew up in a Christian household. I felt like I was suffocating, and my mental health was a result of that. I have a feeling that, looking back now, I have a feeling that I suffered from depression, anxiety. I was really struggling to find almost like this place where I would belong and where I would fit into. And, just finding myself worthy of love and affection. And my mental health just suffered as a result of that, not knowing or not understanding, feeling like I was always too much or too emotional. We never talked about mental health growing up in my family. I never knew that I experienced anxiety or depression. I only know that I reacted in anger a lot of the times. Anger was the most common explosive emotion in our family. And I didn't realize at the time, which I know now, is anger was a protective emotion, a secondary emotion, one that covers up deep sadness, loneliness, pain. I grew up thinking anger was normal. I grew up thinking that you don't apologize or you're seen as weak. And I learned to project my anger onto other people as a result of how I grew up. And so I didn't really learn about my mental health and how to start putting more language into my emotions or to my emotions until I went to grad school to actually become a therapist. I finally went to therapy for myself, not because I was made to or because I was the problem. I went for myself, and I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about how I how this impacted my relationships. And I am in the process of learning how my parents did the best that they could with what they knew, and they passed it on to me. And I'm in the process of healing generational trauma for myself and breaking that, and for myself and for future generations. And I don't want to take up too much time. I had some other moments, especially with 2019, 2020. Those were the most pivotal moments for myself. Working in community mental health, working as a trainee and associate, a woman of color, on my path to licensure, and also related to working as a therapist in the middle of the pandemic and with all the hate crimes against the Asian community. I started speaking a lot more on coping with transgenerational and racial trauma. And I found that it was the best way for me to put language not only to my emotions, but also to the internalized racism that I had growing up, and wanting to understand it more for myself, wanting to advocate and support my community in the best way I knew how. And so it's just this journey that I'm reclaiming my identity as Chinese American with parents that were born in the Philippines. And it's been a journey. So, yeah.
Thank you, Valerie. I think you really hit on several highlights. Not only there are real generational differences because of each of our immigration history and different generations, whether or not we're born here or we're first generation immigrants, as well as actual barriers that may be systematically imposed, and it's no one's fault, and all of us are impacted. And this is why we're having this intergenerational panel for each panel member to share your story. So I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. Monica, do you want to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to give a shout out to Valerie for going first. That's always the hardest to do. So thank you, Valerie. And, it's an honor to be here with all of you. I would just, I too went through very similar childhood, being Indian American, the first in my family being born and raised in the United States, but having parents who were born in India, who came at 18, 19 to the United States, but still held on to their traditions and their values, some of which still remain with me today, and others I've chosen to kind of put to the side a little bit. But like Valerie, I think I was always known as the black sheep and the rebel, and the one, not only by virtue of being the oldest, of the entire family, including cousins, but also just my choices. I think I was always struggling to find my place in the world with the identity that I had, wanting to speak out for others, wanting to fight for justice, went against the quiet, look down and just keep on moving on and don't make trouble, type of stereotype that, we had, but also my parents wanted me to be. They were always hoping that I would, just do what they said. And if I didn't believe in it in my heart, I would say something and fight back. But that kind of led me to my journey of, at the age of 11, wanting to be a lawyer, wanting to fight for women's rights, and wanting to fight for equality and justice for all, which is why I went to law school. And my first job out of law school was representing asylum seekers who were detained, in a detention center. And I was their, defense attorney. And my role was to get them, asylum, to fight for asylum so that they could be released and led, into the United States and live a more, freer and less persecuted life. And so I took that job. This is where my values of, hard work, making sure that you leave no stone unturned. Just, if the job takes 40 hours, no, you're going to work 80 hours to make sure that the job gets done and it's done right. And I really felt the responsibility as a 25-year-old, as a baby lawyer, of these lives in my hand. Every case was like a death penalty case to me, because I knew that if I didn't win, then my client could go back to Somalia, could go back to Sierra Leone, Sri Lanka, where there was a lot of government oppression and war happening. And so I took that responsibility very seriously. But in my own mental health journey, in my little, maybe slight take as I've become, older, is the vicarious trauma that, happens when you're working. For 25 years, I've worked with clients, I've worked with their safety, their security, knowing that, I have to get everything right on their case. Otherwise, they could be sent home. Their children could be sent back home. Puts a lot of responsibility. And for a while after, I did my first job, I didn't know what to call it back then when I was 25, but I was burnt out because I, really believe that all these lives were in my hands and I can't mess up. And if I mess up, then, it's my hard work didn't pay off. And so since then, I've learned I, take time for myself, self-care, love, and appreciation for yourself is really important in my own mental health journey. I mean, I have been to therapy, that has helped me realize that, the caretaking syndrome that I have, that, plays up in this work, is something that I want to take care of because I see, so many others like myself who have joined this movement even later. And there's, our energy, our work is so precious when we, are fighting for others that we don't want to burn out. And for me, the hardest thing is when I see like this bright light who, really wants to do this work, but because they didn't take care of their own vicarious trauma or care for themselves, they leave because they feel like that's the only way to really take care of themselves. So my goal, and I'm happy to be here with all of you today, is to ensure that no matter what you all do, you take time for yourself so you can keep doing what you love doing and what you're passionate about. Because after, 25 years, I'm still here. But for that little time I took a, more recently in 2017, a 3-month sabbatical. And all of that, was for myself so that I can come back and do this work harder.
Thank you so much, Monica. It's so inspiring to hear you follow your values and advocacy for justice, and you put it into practice. And also in that process, you're learning to reflect, and you're modeling to all of us that it's okay to take a break, to advocate for others, as well as taking good care of yourself at the same time, and they're not mutually exclusive. And that's actually very important as we talk about intergenerational trauma and how to break down barriers related to that. So I'm seeing Diana, you're nodding head. Do you want to go next?
Okay. Thank you, guys. So I'm Diana Chow. I'm a 23-year-old Puyi Chinese American, first generation immigrant. When I say Puyi, we're one of the ethnic minority groups in China. So we are in China, in Vietnam. Other ethnic minorities include the Hmong, the Uyghurs, Mongols, etc. Just so that people have a context of that. So I was born in a rural village in the poorest province of China, in our own Puyi autonomous ruling region. And that played a big part in my life, since being from that very poor, very rural, traditional background meant that I was growing up in a very patriarchal society. And I, as the oldest child, who was also a girl, I faced a lot of difficulties with my family that eventually led to me being diagnosed with bipolar disorder and surviving a suicide attempt. By the time I was 14, my little brother was the one who found me during my final attempt. And I was raising my little brother at the time after we had moved to the US. Due to our family situation, I was his guardian. And so that was the impetus for me to really try to find ways of healing, because I was at a point where everyone around me was telling me that the only thing I could provide that would be beneficial for everyone else would be to make myself disappear. And I wanted to feel that there was something I could do for my brother beyond that. And so I ended up writing these letters. I was because I was growing up beneath the poverty line, accessing consistent mental health care was nearly impossible, especially because my parents didn't speak English. So I ended up writing letters to strangers. And through that process, I realized I was being so kind and empathetic to these people I'd never even met. So why couldn't I do the same for myself? Didn't I and all of us deserve the same for ourselves? So through that process, I started to heal, and I ended up deciding to turn Letters to Strangers into a student club at my high school. And at the time, I really thought it was just going to be a small thing with my friends, where what helped me get better might help them feel a little less lonely as well. But then people from nearby schools and then nearby cities and then eventually nearby states and then finally other countries heard about what we were doing and wanted to join in. And so today, Letters to Strangers is the largest global youth for youth mental health nonprofit. We directly impact over 35,000 people every year in over 20 countries. But I think with all this work, I've learned a lot about, the intersections of mental and physical health. I ended up with a eye disease that made me go blind for about half of high school. And it turned out after hundreds of tests and seeing doctors that it was mostly psychosomatic, aka a physical manifestation of all that psychological distress. And that's one thing I'll talk about later, but it's something that we are so unaware of a lot of the time when these things impact us in those very visceral ways. And I heard similar stories as well during my time as a crisis counselor for the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. So I no longer work with them, but all of these experiences and my current role with Letters to Strangers have taught me a lot about what it means to fight for our community, for ourselves, and within these intergenerational dialogues. So I'm really grateful for this chance to be here today.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you for your vulnerability and thank you for your work. The Letter to Strangers project probably have saved thousands or millions of lives that we don't even know. So I just really appreciate you sharing your own journey. And Miwa, I think you also have some similar stories to share with us. Would you like to tell us your story?
I guess I'm the only first generation immigrant, an old one.
I'm also first gen, but we're also
okay. I'm Miwa Lanali. I'm actor and painter. I became actor about less than 5 years ago in my later age. Before that, I was brand design strategist for global companies. And before that, I was university professor. And I'm also a survivor of a suicide. I came to States from South Korea 40 years ago. I heard Monica and Valerie talk about different color ship. Yeah, I'm not black ship, but I'm different color ship of all of Korea, I guess. I just absolutely could not stand the answers to my attempts to do anything or try to do anything was, you are a girl, just because you're a woman. You just can't do anything, right? It's just that hopelessness. Even though you make it into the best university Korea can offer, you're still a woman. You shouldn't be doing whatever you want to do for you or for society or whatnot. So I left the country, not because I did something big and vanished. So I came here for my graduate degrees. I got 2. And I never felt like I was a part of a major Asian or Korean immigrant community because I became university professor in Iowa and Wisconsin. And I worked for global companies that very much, 3 companies I worked for as a strategy director, but 2 of them were very, very 99% white, especially 8.5 and 500 above. There's no minorities. And just, so not by choice, I lived, like a not in Asian community or diaspora community. But I was largely guided by my strong Korean identity. because I came, as 23-year-old. And later I developed my Korean American identity. I used to tell my students, how old are you? I've been paying tax to this country, longer than your age. So I am an American as much as or more than you are, kind of stuff. So, and many hardships of being triple, minority, the first generation immigrant with accent and different cultural background, and woman, and with the big mouth, not really woman, female. So immigrant and woman, and I don't know, my brain kind of goes boom, However, I am triple minority, that I've been told so many times, but it was worth enduring because I had 2 beautiful boys, and I have a wonderful husband and my interracial marriage. So to protect those in my life, it was fine. I did every obstacles I could be able to break it down. And huge corporation I was working for, I went in and immediately made all kinds of diversity networks and et cetera, and I even joked that if I ever disappear one day or get fired, why? Because I had no problem going to CEO and saying, hey, listen, this company was just publicized as a racist company, and hate point about 500, there's only maybe 2, African American and whatnot, leaders in the company. So we got to change, type of, I'm just not one of those Asian first generation immigrant women. But so I thought I was doing really well. Okay, I can do it, even though I'm a first generation diaspora. I can succeed in my field, and I'm very proud of being Asian American, and et cetera. Worked so hard, 60 hours, chugging along, and my children were doing fantastic in school, and my son, younger one, was stricken by clinical depression. And he told me once, we took him to professionals and, like doctors and talk therapists and et cetera. But he told me in his crying rage one time that he could not bring himself to talk about his illness with me. He used to say that, Mom, I'm so glad that you're my mother. And now he's saying, I can't talk about my illness with you because you are a proud Asian parent. He thought you would not accept me being weak, because this whole assumption came from articles he read about mental illness in Asia and Asian communities. I haven't read the same articles, but I know that kind of stereotype myth was going on. Oh my God, Asians are, no way they're gonna deal with the Asian community will deal with mental illness or mental weakness or et cetera. So he was really adapting that idea. And the statement just hit me and shattered my concept of a perfect Korean American and biracial family identity I had worked so hard to build all those years. His notion of my being Asian parent made my own sick child fear his mother, knowing how sick he really was. It was just beyond me. And made him keep his stoic, maybe he thought that was very Asian facade, even toward me.
Miwa, I so appreciate your vulnerability and your genuineness, and I'm aware that this is an important conversation that we're having about intergenerational trauma and how each of us communicate across generations. Something I do want to remind the audience, for all of you who are listening from around the world, is if the content of what we're discussing is triggering, feel free to take a moment for yourself. You can disconnect and come back later. I would recommend something that is comforting for you to care for yourself. Something that is comforting for me is maybe to get up and stretch a little bit. Get a glass of water is usually very helpful for myself. So I just wanted to be also mindful of the content. And Miwa, I know that you have so much more and great stories to tell. I'm wondering if you can wrap up in just about 20 seconds so that we can move on to the next questions for our awesome panelists today.
I can talk about Alan 24/7. After Alan passed away by suicide, I quit my previous professional career and became an actor because mainly filmmaking was Alan's not yet fulfilled his dream. And I thought it might give me a chance to think about Alan every day, very constructive way. And the other thing is may give me, especially as a first generation American immigrant, may be able to contribute, to bring more awareness to mental health issues in Asian American community, and perhaps contribute in some ways to find a way to help.
Yeah, I absolutely resonate with that. In addition to myself being a psychologist and always advocating for mental health, I think what I'm hearing from the panelists today is that we all want to find each of our different ways with our different strengths and professional trainings to contribute. And this is what makes Asian Mental Health Collective very unique. So my next question for all of our panelists today is if you can each share the specific values or unique history of your generation and about how they have impacted your approach to family conversation about mental health. I'm going to take a moment and see if any of you want to start.
I can get started. Thank you for sharing that, Miwa. It means a lot. And so I think one big thing is, and this is something, I'll be speaking from like a Gen Z perspective since I am Gen Z. Obviously, social media has been a big role in many of our lives. And I think the thing with that is that a lot of us have learned more terminology and concepts regarding mental health through these digital mediums very quickly. And whether or not those learnings are necessarily rooted in fact is a whole other conversation, because there is something to be said about talking about these things more, but in a buzzwordy way that doesn't necessarily actually address the facts associated with it, that could perpetuate stigma even more or misconceptions even more. But let's just talk about like the terminology in and out of itself, right? Like, because we're learning it so fast and learning it in huge doses, you can imagine that having these conversations with an older generation individual who has not faced these same concepts in their lives and perhaps speak a language different from you fluently, and you have trouble communicating with those, with those concepts in that language, it's going to create a very difficult communication gap. And so what happens a lot of the time is that when you're trying to have these family conversations about mental health, oftentimes both sides are trying to say the same thing, but they're having a very hard time getting that concept across. Mm-hmm. And so especially when you're like a young person and you feel like, especially during teenagedom, you're like, oh, my parents don't understand me, they won't listen to me, etc. And then they're like, oh, my kid is so rebellious, they won't listen to me, etc. And it's all the same thing. And so I think what I really learned is realizing that using what we see on social media as a starting point, but trying to break that down more and maybe discuss it with our family so that it's not just like, hey, I learned this and you're doing it to me, so take, the blame for it. And more like, oh, I learned this, I'm having a feeling that it's happening within our family. Let's talk about it a little bit further. How do you view this? And, maybe that conversation will not go as you hope, but maybe it will. And having that conversation in the first place, using it as a starting point, I think will be really helpful in this digital day and age.
I can go next if that's okay. Thank you, Diana, and thank you so much, Miwa, for sharing your story. And I know that your son is your North Star, and everything you do for him. And so, as a mom, your story hit my heart. So thank you for that. It's hard to do and hard to think about. So I think, for me, being a mom of 3 kids, talking about mental health is really important. I've talked about it in work all the time. Like I mentioned, I worked with asylum seekers who faced so much torture, abuse, persecution. They've seen the hardest things in life. I've worked with victims of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault. And that therapy is really important, or talking about it when you're ready. I think that, you can't force someone to be ready when they're not, but having that avenue when a client is ready. Mental health is something I've always talked about with my clients, and I get different reactions. But what I do is I think we can't stop talking about it. Not only is May Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, it's also Mental Health Awareness Month. And, like Diana said, we have those social media campaigns, which are super important. I mean, that's how we reach folks in their teenage years right now. And it's important, but also talking about it, every day, and being, showing your, family. And my husband's a physician, but he and I will talk about it with the kids, and not necessarily with them, but with ourselves. Like, I might be like, hey, I went to therapy today, and this is what I learned about myself, just to kind of normalize it. Because I know if I were to tell my mom and dad to go to therapy, and I've always thought my mom could benefit from a little therapy, I know the reaction would probably not be the same. And so I don't want it to, be stigmatized for my kids. And, during the pandemic, I didn't know this, and it took the pandemic for me to realize that my daughter was depressed, and I was working, taking care of clients. I thought I was taking care of my family. And I thought my daughter would tell me the moment she felt any, bit of sadness because of the openness. But she didn't, because I think she didn't know, she didn't realize at the age of 15, 16, that the dark cloud that she was living under had, a name for it. Or she hoped that she would wake up one day and it would be gone. And then during the pandemic, the first few months, I realized a few things. And then one day I walked into her room and I said, "Are you okay? Are you, depressed?" And she just came out and said, "Yes, I am." And that moment it clicked. And from that point on, I said, "Would you like to see a therapist?" And she said, "Yes." And I think that conversation was a little bit more successful and easier because of the setup of hearing about it, and when it happened at that moment, I was able to do something, and just positively kind of, help in that way.
Are you done?
Oh, I'm done. Yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay, as a first generation, I'll go next. First generation, not everybody's background is different, and how they came here and either assimilate or not assimilate. Their situation is different. I'll say, even though I came to this country to receive advanced degrees and worked in mainstream professional, as a work, and also I left Korea not as a war-torn country. And when I left Korea early 80s, when Korea's economy was 2 digits up every year. So it was going up to become a developed country. So of course, my Korean identity had that kind of little bit of armor there, So it's very different from people who left Korea 60s and 70s. Their attitude being Korean American or raising second generation, and what they shared with them or not shared with them was very different. But I had a very strong identity and pride as a Korean, perhaps, compared to a lot of previous generation of Korean immigrants. And plus, I came here and did further education in this country, so I could be able to assimilate, and it was faster and more feasible. But those of us, so I do have friends around me, Korean American community. Those of us who were able to assimilate easier, we were even then we were very much bound by Confucianist value system and old world model of parenting. So this basis, that is a basis of our cultural identity, and yet, source of conflict with our offspring, double-edged sword, because, and in my mind, I am strong and I know who I am and I'm Korean American and etc. And human being forgets that your children have different problems, but you kind of assume, right? I'm teaching them my culture. I'm teaching, giving them pride and support and all this. So you should be fine. I have to admit that was my expectation toward my children. Many of my generation tend to be very religious in this country, and politically, socially, very conservative. That's another thing different than second or third generation. And the old world model of parenting is talking about anything not perfect is extremely hard. So I've heard some of the second generation Asian Americans will ask or even beg for their parents to talk about their heritage and cultural background. They refuse, so they just go, you don't need to know, just be proud. And I know where that comes from, and I know that has to be broken down, and they need to open up. First generation didn't grow up in this country, has inherent blind spot in understanding their children, okay, especially biracial children, which my child was, and telling them, oh, you're not half, you're both. Yeah, sounds really good. I really did say that with the conviction. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to help him to navigate, find his identity. So this stereotype of persona also, like a highly successful Asian parent, or my parent doesn't speak English and they work me a job and they don't even talk to me. We can't even communicate very well, and they always ask me to, make phone calls and et cetera. Whatever this, persona that they have about the parents, it's obstacle in second generation's mind and first generation. So there is a gap. So I'll talk about later with the bullet points, and that has to be addressed. It cannot, second generation talk about it, first generation don't talk about it. It cannot go on like this and expect change. I'm done.
I so appreciate, Miwa, that you can share from your perspective and from Monica and Diana, because everything that all of you said really resonated with me. And speaking for as a second generation, being part of this generation and trying to bridge that gap between my parents, I do the work for myself to acknowledge my parents. I can't do the work for my parents, and I can't do the work for my sisters. I can't do the work for my relatives to acknowledge that there is this generational trauma that exists and it's not spoken about. And with my education, with my background, I know that it's the way that it gets passed down to me is through anger. It's through ways that we're coping, through so many like suicidal thoughts, depression, anxiety, acting out in school, and being afraid to speak up has been something that I've been noticing for myself, something that I noticed with even clients that I work with. And I know that even though I try to ask my parents what their background is, what was their immigration experience, you know, what was their story, and how they grew up to how they are here, having to go into almost survival mode to assimilate, to come into this culture and find that they had to learn how to be American, quote unquote. And um, I think that's something that I struggle with is because of the way that I've been enculturated, because I've learned to assimilate into this like white American culture, I am now having to almost go backwards and try to learn their stories and try to understand what it was that brought them here, and what's not being spoken about. How am I learning from this, like these this unspoken trauma that gets passed down to me, and trying to figure out my own racial identity, and how I fit into Chinese American, Filipino culture, you know, for myself. And bridging that gap for myself is something that I'm learning to do, and almost healing through experiences with my clients. You know, I think something that I've recently experienced was a client sharing with me about their a person, a friend of theirs, who was able to go to their country of origin and be with them, go learn where they went to school, learn with their friends, and see that and be a part of this experience that is just so such a, at a distance, because we grew up here and we don't have, we're almost like uh egotistical in the way that we think about other cultures. A lot of the times that's how we were raised. And to have this client share, and we cried in session just because it was so impactful for her to see someone else understand her experience, to see someone else um, learn what it was like to grow up in her country of origin and to come here. And that's something that I think was healing for me, to try to understand how I want to bridge that gap with my parents and my family. And um, you know, I don't personally speak the language for myself, and to that's something that I'm wanting to grow in and learn in for myself, is bridging that gap between myself and my parents, and trying to pass on like how I want to identify in my culture and my race moving forward.
Oh, thank you, everyone. What an awesome discussion. And here are some of my takeaway and all of the points I resonate with you all. I appreciate each of you sharing your stories, your perspectives. Something that seems to kind of tie everything together is that we start with knowing ourselves, where we're coming from, our intersectional identities, and how that how we're informed with our socialization, our history, and our background, and have compassion for ourselves with that. And then with that, then we can open up and hear each other out, which is what this panel is doing so beautifully, having a space to really listen with each other, and differences of values, different generations and different socializations, and how that influence what we decided to do, how we behave, and what's important for us, right? And there's really space for both to be true, right? For all truths to be true in its own right, and to hear each other out. So I'm so sad because this conversation can go on forever, and I'm sure I cannot wait to connect with all of you and hear more of your stories and think about ways that we can make this world a better place for everybody. But because we only have limited time for today, and I know that Asian Mental Health Collective has planned awesome programs for the rest of the day. So we're gonna really close up and invite each of the panelists to share some takeaways for our audience, listeners from around the world, around the US. So if each of you can offer maybe a couple of bullet points that you like to share to begin breaking down the barriers that prevent us from having open conversations that we're having now between generations. what advice do you have for everyone who wants to start having these awesome and genuine and open and vulnerable conversations?
I'll go first. I think Asian communities should pay more attention to first generation immigrants, because second generation and on, they do have a lot more resources and they can change this mainstream society also. But first generations do not have that tool. A lot of them do not have that tool. And they actually bring a lot of their baggages and create that mental health issues within a family. But there's no help. There's no help. So just one hand, this community should provide a certain kind of, like education or, promote ideas of the community through mental health professionals or schools within Asian community or Asian prevailing communities, help them and give them tools. And even a lot of parents wants to do good and better for their children, but they don't have the skill. Even someone a professional telling them and saying, hey, share your own human history. That really helps your kids. Open up, so what if you're in jungle or if you came from war-torn country, tell them that's part of their makeup and they need to know. So that kind of effort has to be there. And the other one is the stigma of illness is not Asian specific. It's mainstream too. So it's our Asian American kids, tend to have, oh my God, I'm an Asian American, so I have a double, burden of, being a shame and, all this. No, when we present health issues, we have to be very careful. It's not Asian thing that I want to really emphasize. When we do this, it's a mainstream too. The minimize, or if we could get rid of stigma, and help them to seek a professional help as soon as possible when it's detected. That type of talk or knowledge sharing it's so critical. So that's it.
I can go next. So I think, one thing I wanted to talk about that I kind of mentioned before is the whole concept of psychosomatic symptoms, the physical manifestations of psychological distress. And the particular reason I bring this up is because in a lot of Asian households, there's that mind-body connection, and it's oftentimes easier to accept physical pain than mental pain, right? And what I've found is that there are certain illnesses that in our motherland cultures that are more acceptable in that society, that share similar symptoms as mental illnesses in a Western psychiatric standard. And so when you can compare, so for example, I think Miwa would know this, but like Hwapyeong in Korean culture or Shenjing Shuairuo in Chinese culture, these are both things that have some symptoms that can match some of the symptoms you might find in a mental illness, but they're slightly less stigmatized in conversation than talking about, let's say, schizophrenia or something else. So when you can relate these concepts to each other in that intergenerational dialogue, it can help pave the way a little bit to an easier understanding of, oh, I see, I think I understand better what you're trying to say. Another thing is recognizing the different healing methods that are out there, because I think a lot of the times when we talk about therapy, the first thought we think about is like talk therapy or CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is fantastic. But especially when you have like parents or older folks who hate talking about their feelings, to make them go into a room and talk about their feelings is like impossible. And so introducing them to other types of therapies, or, even getting, like, I made my dad go hike with me, and like, he actually just came home from a hike. But, like, getting them to just recognize starting that journey themselves before you then be like, hey, now let's just make you talk about emotions. And then last but not least, speaking of talking about emotions, sometimes they send us signals that they kind of have something they want to talk about, but they don't want to come out and say it. So they're like, and you're like, do you want me to ask you how you're doing? Like, it's a, okay, I'll take the hint, So noticing the way that they express their pain or concerns, or even if you like letters to strangers, writing these letters to them so that they don't have to face you when they're telling you about these things, but they're like, so there's a lot of these strategies that we also talk about in the Letters to Strangers guidebook, which is a free resource that I think is in the resources guide associated with this conference as well. So I'll end it there, but yeah.
Thank you, Diana. I think I really related to the CBT comment, because I actually do emotionally focused therapy, and that was the way that I was healing for myself. And I learned about my own emotions and talking about my own emotions, and that's something that we can all benefit from, and learning about our mental health. And so something that I also realize, and as a concluding statement for us, is talking about generational trauma, we can only do so much, and we have to sometimes acknowledge that because it's unspoken, we may never know, and we may never really understand the full extent of the generational trauma and how that gets passed down to us. But we can also do our work in order to grieve the unspoken stories and this generational trauma of our ancestors. And something that I also want to say out loud too is we sometimes can carry the weight of how our parents didn't have the resources or access to mental health the same way that we do, or even the same language, as far as even how social media can publicize all of this. And to then learn, and we sometimes can get really hard on ourselves to think, oh, we have to now that we know it, we're just going to be able to do it so easily. But no, that's not how mental health works. That's not how it works, to shift this mindset that's been passed down from generation to generation. And for myself, something that I'm realizing is we carry the weight of all of these generations. And so being gentle with ourselves and giving ourselves grace and self-compassion to say, okay, it's going to take me time to learn. Let's think about when we're making progress, how we're making progress, and how we move forward, how we heal legacies of pain, and transform all the generations after us.
I think
Monica,
you're
you're
on mute.
I'm on mute. I had some stuff going on outside. I put myself on mute and forgot. I don't know what more I could add to these wonderful suggestions. Each and every one I fully agree with. I could say be open, be transparent, but not everybody is ready for that. And I think, the one thing I would have to say is, please, there's no one size fits all journey when you're working on, mental health. Everyone is different. And the strategies that Diana had mentioned, not everyone may want to speak about their emotions. So maybe a healing circle or other ways to cope is the right way. And I think we as society just have to be careful of pushing someone when they're not ready, but offering support and being that bridge when they are ready. And I think if I could pass on just anything in addition to all the amazing things that were said, that would be it.
Can I plug one thing in? I just made a movie and it's launched last March. It's called 엄마. It's in Korean word, it's mom. Mm-hmm. And Sandra Oh was my daughter, and I'm the mother, first generation. Wow. Ghost. Really didn't have a chance to talk about a lot of these things. It's more of to me, it's like a second generation centric, like a point of view of intergenerational trauma. And it's not horror movie. To me, it's very, very sad drama. So I just wanted to say that.
Meanwhile, I can't wait to watch Oma with my Asian American Pacific Islander community, because I think that would be a really healing experience to do it collectively and resonate with each of our different generational stories. So I appreciate you sharing that. Also, shout out to Valerie, Diana, and Monica, especially resources, and suggest that you share with us. And I'm seeing potentially the Asian Mental Health Collective will share those resources with the audience as well. So quick wrapping up of what I'm hearing from you in terms of takeaways. I'm hearing both, you're offering advice in both content and process, right? So each of you are sharing, you know, sometimes for different generations, psychoeducation can be important. You know, information, teaching first-gen parents what to do can be more important than asking them to process emotions, right? Sometimes pay attention to process and dynamic. Maybe my dad would be more interested in just going for a hike. Diana, you're sharing that I have resonate with that as well, versus sitting down and process our emotions. But for us, it could be a total different stories, right? And that flexibility, that adaptability, and really for each of us to have compassion and grace for ourselves and our family members, because we all really love and care about each other and want to have this conversation. And that is a process. It doesn't have to be done in one sitting. Are really awesome advice. Oh my goodness, we're running out of time, but I'm wondering if any panel members want to add anything or share any last thoughts before we wrap up.
Just 5 seconds. First generation, people think, oh, old generation, right? They're gonna die out. No, 30-something, 40-something coming into JFK today, they're first generation with the cultural backgrounds and baggages and, you know, dreams and all good things too. But so if we don't have a systematically helping them to really assimilate in this country and dealing with the generational, you know, differences and cultural differences, it's going to continue in some different form. So I think the problem may start more, you know, especially home, you know, it's first generation. Get them. have some kind of program to help them so they can help their children also, you know, face this society.
Yeah, you're so right about the importance of having cultural and language specific programmings and resources out there to help, especially Asian American communities, so diverse. So those cultural and language specific information would be helpful. Any other points from the panel members you want to add?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds good. So quick point from Monica and Diana, maybe 30 seconds each.
Yeah. Let's break the cycle. When I hear, you know, intergenerational trauma, cycle of violence, lifetime spiral of violence, there shouldn't be that. We need to be the ones to break the cycle.
More Asian-specific resources are in the guidebook that I mentioned, so definitely check that out if you have the time. But more importantly, remember that self-care is not selfish. Self-care is also community care. So take that perspective into mind when you might be struggling with recognizing that in your life.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate all of you, and take good care of yourself.
All right, I think we're live. I always wait for the live stream to see. I know it's always delayed, so I'm just gonna keep talking until I see myself. But yeah, okay, so oh, there we go. So thanks for bearing with that. But yeah, no, so here with Jason Chu. He's going to be our performer for this segment of the conference. And Jason is a 2022 Artist at Work Fellow at the Japanese American National Museum. And his work was recently presented on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., curated by the LA Department of Cultural Affairs, and heard on Warrior on HBO Max, Tetris Beat on Apple Arcade, and Snowpiercer on TNT. And yeah, super, super excited to have him share some of his work on mental health and Asian experience. So I'll hand it off to Jason.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Thank y'all so much for being present and participating in this incredibly important conference. I know we've got a lot of content, so I'm here to just give y'all a little space to breathe. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all are drinking water. Again, my name is Jason Chu, and let's get into it. Hey. Can a prophet still speak when his time passes? What's an influencer who never had the masses? Whatever happens to your mission when it hits a setback? If it crumbles, does that mean you never had the passion? Sitting still, the world is moving, never fast and never popped a pill, but I've been high on my own satisfaction, trying to keep my vision focused on the need for action. But this Obamacare doesn't even cover glasses. Comparisons, funds become embarrassing. Considering my marriage and my message, I try to balance things. Friends make Facebook posts about the joys of parenting, and I'm like, look, that one single got a lot of streams, but I'm still out here in the studio to make a change, believing that these words can heal and that it just takes faith. Produce a dose of hope and inject it in the veins. Magic, how it works, even if the doctor's strange. Been saying prayers that my lifetime might be used well. My mama named me as a healer and she chose well. Talking to her back home, she said, I'm so proud what you give the youth with all of the stories you tell. Still, I got a lot more questions than I do answers, but I've learned to do dishes and to love dances. Don't know what lies ahead, but that's become standard. I moved to LA with no plans except to take chances. I've spent these years, written them in my poems, to bless you with the stories that I carry in my bones. When I'm laying in my tomb, they will write it on my stone. My children and their children will always let it be known that their ancestors and parents fought through racism and wrongs in a world that rejected us, but still we made our own. And the music that I make might be forgotten for long, but if I lay a single brick to build a future, I reached my goal to make it home, to build our home. Let's make it home. AMHC Transformation 2022. Again, my name is Jason Chu. This song is called Home, and I hope, we're at a virtual conference. We're all sitting in our own home spaces. I'm at the Pico Union Project in downtown LA, a multicultural arts community space. But even more importantly, we're at home and we're together. This is the community I was always looking for as a kid who struggled with mental health, struggled with internalized racism and colonialism. And I've realized that there's so many spaces that I've found that have been a home for me. And together we can keep building and constructing that home for those around us that we love. Yeah, so I hope that one spoke to you. I hope that all the audio and everything is coming through good right now. Yeah, it's such an honor to be here. The work that the Asian Mental Health Collective and then all of our different friends, all the speakers are doing is so crucial. If y'all have been learning, if y'all have been having your heart spoken to today, please toss it in the chat, toss it in the stream. Let everybody know that we're here. We're physically separated, many of us, but we're here together. This next song that I got, let me open up a little bit to y'all. Apologies for the noise in the background if y'all are hearing that. So for me, I'm a Chinese American hip hop artist, educator, activist. You know, I moved to LA, and being in Asian American community, being with friends who are workers, organizers, therapists, has been so crucial for me to undo so much of the programming that's been given to me. You know what I'm saying? Internalized racism, expectations, external expectations of who I was allowed to be. So I wrote this next song after a conversation with a friend, Sam Ock. It's called New Eyes, and it's about the value of decolonizing our perspectives and learning to look at the world and really learning to look at ourselves with eyes that have been cleaned off. You know what I'm saying? Eyes of the heart. So I hope that this one speaks to y'all. This one's called New Eyes. Hey, wherever y'all at too, please drink some water. And please move with me a little bit on this one, because I need y'all to feel me here. New eyes that look at the world in new ways. New eyes make contact, blue, green, and gray. New eyes I realized I never knew. When you realize feelings you trapped inside of you. New eyes that see the respect you earn. New eyes are shaped by the lessons you learn. New eyes attract new guys and new games. And tonight those eyes will be filled with new gazes. New eyes that thrilled first minute you saw. World through new lashes, no chains involved. New eyes insist you're taken serious. New eyes filled with confidence and trust. New life written with the passage of time. New eyes that gleam with color that won't die. Who knew I'd see such beauty and love? Eyes that combine perfection and flaws. Sing. I may not be what you think. Hey, the standard beauty. Y'all can do a little wiggle, a little two-step in your chairs in your living rooms. Let's go. Those eyes were once made middle school jokes. Those eyes are stories of our kinfolk. Those eyes are dark but glow in sunlight. Our people being hurt but still we gon' fight. Those eyes contain 5,000 years of pride. Those eyes saw down stars and old skies. Those eyes are shy but those eyes are kind. Your eyes are so wise, your eyes look like mine. Those eyes speak, could turn in the other cheek. Eyes turned down so they couldn't see you weak. They tease you because your eyes are too thin. Synonymous with cheap or prostitute skin. Those eyes are me, eyes are family. Your eyes are ID of your identity. Eyes are not weak, your eyes are not wrong. Your eyes are holy, your eyes are from God. Sing. Shout out to our friend Ruth Cho, who sang on this hook here. I love it every time I hear her say, so I was talking to my sister and I asked her, what's the price of confidence? What it costs to be happy in your own skin? Not my place to question, but do you see a stranger when the mirror is reflecting? You said I'd never understand pressure from magazine covers, Asian mothers and men. Nope, with the tan bleached to blonde, we remix our colors like we cover pop songs in a bottle. How I battle all the barriers, right? Some drink, some color their hair every night. Try to stand out, I try to act white. Found music, but I've never been the stereotype. New eyes break old lies. New skin needs new wine. New highs and new vibes come through with new life. Second coming like Christ, ayy. You told me that therapy touching so much about our parents. We got a chance to reset the past to us. A generation bring the future to the past and sing. I may not be what you think. Your standard beauty. But I love my face, my eyes, and body. If y'all are on this same journey to loving yourself, but I love my face, my eyes, and body. Hey, I hope, honestly, I really love that song. That's one of my favorite songs that I have because it reminds me of, like I said, this journey that we're all on. If y'all on that journey to loving yourselves, because you know, before you can love the world, you got to love yourself. If you don't know how to love yourself, if you don't know how to receive love from others for yourself, if you see yourself as unworthy, ain't no way that we can love others well, because we love the way that we know how to receive love. We heal the way that we've been healed. And it's a journey. It's not a destination. This is a lifelong process. But if y'all on that journey with me, toss something in chat right now. Toss something in the stream right now. Let me see how y'all feeling. I hope y'all feeling good. I got 2 more pieces for you real quick because we got so much else going on today. But this next one, we're gonna switch it up a little bit. This one's a spoken word piece I wrote. It was inspired by my friend Russell Jung, co-founder of Stop AAP I Hate. This one is called Dumplings and Benjamin Franklin, and it's about my grandmama. Hey. Shout outs to my good friend Elyon Beats, who created these beats too. Russell Jung says Asian people can speak 2 love languages fluently, food and sacrifice. He does, it's in his book. Every time I visit her apartment, my grandma does 2 things. She cooks pan-fried dumplings and presses a new $100 bill into my hand, Benjamin Franklin wrapped in a red envelope like a robe. Grandma lives across from the Montgomery Mall, where we walk after lunch, bellies straining to search up and down the aisles of KB Toys. I lie on her carpet through the late afternoon, playing with my new Legos as she watches Chinese news on her old TV. Grandma's an immigrant. She worked to support 3 sons, knows how to leave everything behind, knows these dollars are nothing more than a nursery of fading green, a paper-thin cocoon transforming labor into life. What kind of idiot collects shed skin and dead hair and calls that life? I do. For 2 months, my friend David hid every mirror in his house. He was turning frames and taping up newspaper until he was living in a perpetual state of tornado readiness. He said the more he looked at himself, the less he saw others. And honestly, I'm afraid to accept that I've forgotten how to see you, grown used to seeing what I need from you. I'm terrified to confess that I care more these days sometimes about what I'm saying than who I'm saying it to. And that's not language, it's a mirror. Isn't our world filled with these kinds of mirrors? Kisses like cold glass and songs clear and clean like the air in a bank. You know, maybe the answer is learn from grandma. I'll cook you your favorite food, press into your hand my stored labors, which you will spend on late afternoons with me. If I'm gonna live in a world where kisses taste like summer and songs sing like 2 palms warm against each other, I'll need to speak in a language I haven't yet mastered, but need to. Asians speak 2 love languages fluently, food and sacrifice. Dumplings and Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, so I hope that one spoke to you. Again, we've got so much else going on this conference this afternoon, so I'm going to get out of here after this next song. Again, my name is Jason Chu. I'm actually going to stay right here because I'm going to be on the next panel. But this last one is an homage to Sandra Oh. It's called Sandra. It's on my album Face Value from last year with Alan Z. And I'm leaving y'all with this because in the end, it is such an honor just to be Asian. It's such an honor to be with you. And it's such an honor and a joy and a privilege to go on this journey with all of y'all. You can find me everywhere at Jason Chu Music, Jason CHU Music. Please reach out, keep in touch, and enjoy your day.
What an honor just to be
hey, yeah.
Not your model,
It's an honor. From gold skin to cinnamon green cards and citizens, airlifts, university scholarships, immigrants, dark hair and irises, young without college and whatever we playing that. You know we be killing it, humble but dominant. Grew up in acrobat flip from laundromat to graduate to diplomat. Hey, called Chinamen by the ignorant, the wise they call them gentlemen. Y'all know what time it is. I love my people, how we haggle at the markets. Take a family vacation to the outlets. Eating out, it's not a question if we gonna split. If anyone takes that last portion, no. I love the smell of salt and sweet, gold in the air like the sun off the beach. Ay, I love the stories that make us so unique. You can copy the food, but the soul is out of reach. It's an honor. Hey.
just to be Asian, not your model.
It's an honor just to be Asian, ayy.
What an honor.
If y'all believe that, if y'all think it's a joy and a privilege and an honor just to be who we are, toss something in chat right now. White and blue collars, they come, became martyrs. Honor to all the mothers and fathers, the daughters, sons of back kitchens, the liquor stores and corners, dollar cabs, massage parlors, and fruit farmers. Grew up with no role models and no stories. Learned to use tongues and brains in due order. War, they called on us and left us war torn. No surprise, we cut borders but not corners. And they treat my father like he's still a tourist, but they got no problem buying Sony or a Taurus. Hypocrites. They learning to ignore them cause the obstacles they gave us only taught us how to flourish. Artesia to Tyson's Corner, the streets of Flushing Plano. Yeah, my people's gorgeous, sky is the limit. Bruce broke the boards, I know no bamboo could ever hold us underwater. It's an honor, yeah, just to be
Asian, not your model.
It's an honor just to be Asian, ayy.
What an honor.
Everybody, please throw some love in chat, not just for me, to everyone at Asian Mental Health Collective who has helped organize this. Christian, Jeannie, everybody, all of our friends, all of the speakers, and all of you for showing up. Y'all don't gotta be here. This is Saturday afternoon. Come on, this ain't even Saturday. This is Sunday. It's a Sunday afternoon. Everybody throw some love in chat. My name is Jason Chu. I'm out here in Los Angeles, California at the Pico Union Project, and we going on with the rest of the program this afternoon. Have a beautiful day.
I'm assuming we're live now, so I'm just gonna start talking. This is what I've done every single panel, so I think folks at home will probably hear me just drawing for dead air again, but all right, cool. But yeah, Jason, amazing, and so stoked to have you on our panel to talk about society, just really sharing some of the words you just spoke out for us. So yeah. But yeah, to introduce the moderator for this session on society and model minority myth and anti-Asian violence, I have the honor to introduce Dr. Jeannie Celestial, who is a licensed clinical psychologist and founder of a psychotherapy and consulting practice in San Francisco. And she's the author and editor of Clinical Interventions for Internalized Oppression, launching June 6th from Cottonella Academic Publishing. So Dr. Jeannie, I'll hand it off to you.
Okay, yeah, and I just want to shout out my my co-editors and co-authors, Dr. Jen Estrellado and Lou Felipe, with whom we are birthing the book with our other over a dozen authors from around the country. So thank you all so much. So excited to be with you all today and honored. This is my second Transformasian, and just a testament to our resiliency through this pandemic. So thank you. I would love to introduce our panelists. Ms. Emma Broyles is from Anchorage, Alaska, and currently resides in Phoenix, Arizona, to continue her studies in biomedical sciences and vocal performance at Barrett, the Honors College at Arizona State University, with the goal of becoming a dermatologist. And not only is Emma the 100th anniversary Miss America, She represents the Korean American community as the first Korean American to earn the job of Miss America. She has earned over $110,000 in scholarships as a local candidate, Miss Alaska's Outstanding Teen, Miss Alaska, and Miss America to further her educational goals. And in addition to her social impact initiative, Building Community Through Special Olympics, Emma also speaks of having ADHD, which she calls her superpower. Welcome, Emma. Yes, this is going to be so cool. I never thought my graduate studies would lead to this such a distinguished panel today. Professor of Asian American Studies at San Francisco State University, my good friend, mentor, kuya, colleague, Dr. Russell Jung, is an author of books and articles on race and religion. In March 2020, Dr. Jung co-founded Stop AAPI Hate with Chinese for Affirmative Action and the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council. It tracks incidents of COVID-19 discrimination to develop policy interventions and long-term solutions to racism. Welcome, Dr. Russell. Next, we have Dr. Helen Su. She's a past president of the Asian American Psychological Association, Go AAPA, director of outreach at Stanford University Counseling and Psychological Services, and founder of Hella Mental Health. She is the president-elect of the American Psychological Association, Division 45, Society for Psychological Study of Culture, Ethnicity, and Race, and that's a mouthful. Division 45, we love you. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Helen. And rapper, educator, and activist Jason Chu, who just dropped some rhymes for us earlier. Welcome you all. I'm so glad to be with you. So before we go on to share our lived experience and expertise with our audience, Asian Mental Health Collective, would you please cue up the video for some historical context?
Minority refers to the romanticization of Asian Americans whose members have perceived socioeconomic success in comparison to other minority groups in the framework of USA society. The term was coined in 1966 by William Peterson when he wrote about the success of the Japanese, in quote, compared to the American Negro, end quote, in the New York Times Magazine, as pictured here. He essentially credited hard work, Confucius values, centrality of family, and genetic superiority to the success of Japanese people overcoming discrimination in the United States in comparison to other minority groups, in particular Black people. And over time, that term has been applied to Asian Americans as a collective. Well, first, let's look at Japanese Americans specifically. The mention of the Japanese in the article was in reference to the US imprisoning over 100,000 Japanese during World War II in concentration camps.
Okay. All right. We are toggling between the live feed and our Google Meet. So I think we're back now. Is that correct? All right. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell how much was played because it's on a different platform, but that was supposed to give some historical context of how the Asian American model minority myth arose. And so let's just launch into our questions. I don't know if folks on the panel were able to hear what was played on the video, but does anyone want to add anything about the origin of the model minority myth? Okay, so let's just launch into our questions. Do you think that this myth affected you and your family when you were growing up? And if so, how? Anyone can take the floor.
Yeah, I'll jump in, I guess. Apologies to everyone who's got more than enough of me so far. But I think for me, honestly, what the model minority myth did was it created this sort of second sight. And what I mean by that was I was never able to live just as myself, right? I was living in the continual presence of an expectation of myself, right? And I think what that did for me psychologically was I realized it's very similar to dissociation. You know, this idea of, am I living my life? But there's always, like I said, this second angle pointing back at me and interpreting and filtering my experiences. It wasn't enough for me to say, oh, I like math. Or even it wasn't enough for me to say, oh, I like art and music. Because there was always a second voice in the room saying, oh, if you like math, that's because you're Asian. And then the complexities of saying, oh, of that either both reinforcing, oh, this is something I'm allowed to do, or resenting that, right? And saying, oh, no, I don't want to be just fitting into a box. And I think what the model minority myth, the existence of it did for me personally, was it created a lot of this second guessing, right? And it was saying, am I doing this because it's who I am, or I'm doing this because it's who I'm told to be? And that can be extremely, extremely, you know, as someone who's struggled with mental health, I'll say that can make you feel crazy. You know, that can make you feel like you're always having this internal conversation back and forth. So for me, that's how it impacted me as a youth, especially.
Yeah, when I checked in with Dr. Sue before this call, she was talking about how we are not the problem, our conditions are not the problem, it's this unjust system that we're living in. Can you touch upon that, Dr. Helen?
Yes, thanks so much, Jeannie. Absolutely. I think that whenever we feel that others' projections are somehow making us question ourselves, you know, that gaslighting, that, you know, for myself as a very young person, I was not a traditional student. I've always been really big on pointing that out to people, like, listen, y'all, you don't have to be a straight A student to get a doctorate or do what you love, because I was not. My father was diagnosed late in life with dyscalculia. And I sometimes wonder if my brother and I have some of that. But, you know, what is it like to be like Asian kids and you're terrible at math, you know? But like figuring out who you are without all these projections onto you, right? And so a huge message I really want to remind people, it's like, it's not being low income that makes you at risk. It's not being an immigrant or a child of refugees. It's the unjust and problematic and terrible systems that are unhealthy. That's what actually creates the like trauma and creates all the risks that contribute to our mental health, but it's not because of who you are. And it's just really hard to figure out who you are when you have things like the model minority myth that like create that brainwashing or gaslighting to think that something's wrong with me or something's wrong with my family, as opposed to figuring out what is this about. You know, how Jay's talked about, you feel like disassociated or these expectations. And I think the other big thing that I realized impacted me about the model minority myth, for a very long time, it kept me separate from other communities. Because I think like a lot of immigrants, my parents bought into it a little bit, and it was like, oh, we're the good immigrants, you know, we got to work hard and kind of prove ourselves. We're not like these other people. It was much later in life that I just realized like how vibrant and beautiful and how much commonalities I had with other communities, that for so long we just never really had those connections or opportunities.
Yeah, thank you. Emma or Dr. Russell, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, you know, I was going to step in just as you were saying. I think that it really kind of created a wedge between these different minorities, especially kind of during the civil rights movement. And this perception of overachievement and of success, it really does suppress that potential growth for Asian Americans. And I have a very different story, being half Korean and half white. So it was my grandparents who came to America from Korea about 50 years ago, but my mother was actually born and raised in America. She was born and raised in Alaska. And so learning from her stories and learning from the stories of my grandparents has really kind of taught me that I am lucky to be where I am at. And it wasn't the same for my mom. It wasn't the same for my grandparents. And so I use those stories and I listen to the things that they have had to experience. And that's why part of my platform as Miss America is to kind of dismantle that and to open up that conversation just as we're doing today.
Yeah, for me, the model minority is a lot like Dr. Helen, what Emma's saying about, and Jason too, about that double consciousness, knowing that I have my own issues, but there's this other overarching perception of me that's the model minority. And it's a triple-edged sword, if you can have a triple-edged sword, because again, a lot of Asian Americans don't meet the model minority standard and they feel bad about themselves. It's a yardstick that becomes too difficult to reach, and then they feel like they blame themselves for not making it, rather than blaming the system like Dr. Xu says we need to. But for some of us, we are the model minority, and then we are made to feel bad for being achieving, for getting into good colleges. And I think my problem of being the model minority is I was achieving, but then that has consequences too. You have a sense of entitlement. You have a sense that, oh, I did make it, why can't others, right? It's all the traps of being the model minority. And so for Asian Americans who don't make it, it's something we can never meet. For those of us who do think of themselves as the model minority, then I think it's, again, a false consciousness of our own accomplishment, not recognizing the privileges we've had, not recognizing how the system has been using us. And so, yeah, it's been a difficult stereotype to wrestle with.
Yeah, I think what you touched upon, Russell, Dr. Russell, a little bit is about solidarity. How can we use our privilege and power to be in solidarity with other minoritized groups? Dr. Russell, do you think you can tell us some of the findings of Stop AAPI's hate, some of the research on anti-Asian violence over the past couple of years?
Sure. So because of the model minority stereotype, others and even Asians don't think Asians experience racism like other communities of color, don't think we have any issues. And we knew from history that when the pandemic was coming, COVID was coming, that Asians would experience racism. We knew that we weren't the model minority, but rather oftentimes perceived as the opposite end of the model minority, and that's being the perpetual foreigner. We're not insiders to America, but really outsiders. And so we began to document the racism. We've received 11,000 incidents of hate that are just vile and horrific, where for me, the anger and fear directed towards Asians is just palpable. Because we've received so many incidents, I wasn't surprised to see elders attacked this past year and killed. I wasn't surprised by the Atlanta shootings because we knew America was like that. We did a national survey that's representative, and that survey showed that 1 out of 5 AAPIs experienced a hate incident in the past year. That's over 4 million cases of discrimination. And so I'm calling this period one of collective racial trauma. Those of us who experience racism, 1 out of 5 are experiencing that racial trauma, and the rest of us are experiencing that vicarious trauma. So it's a very troubling period. And as the last session talked about, this intergenerational trauma will get passed down. So maybe you might be a new immigrant and say, oh, I don't experience the racism in the past, it hasn't impacted me. Well, it's going to impact you and your family now moving forward. And so we have to deal with it.
Yeah, and I just want to give a trigger warning to our audience. You know, as we're talking about these hateful and violent acts, please take care of yourselves and your nervous system, your bodies. Do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself. Take a walk, sway, hum, breathe, pet your dog or cat, hug your family, but do take care of yourself as we're talking about some of these traumatic things. There's a lot of head nods, so did anyone want to respond to Dr. Russell's data?
I just want to point out too how significant those numbers are, you know, very horrific and shocking when you think about how many families are impacted, but also add on that we know that we underreport, you know, that we know it's a lot of our cultural values as well as sometimes our fear or lack of connection and know-how that these are underreports, definitely. So really thinking about that as we engage in our self-care and our community care. As a clinician, definitely these last few years have been extra hard with the upswing in AAPI hate. But as Dr. Russell said, this isn't new in United States history, right? And how do we stay resilient and still really focus on, again, our narratives of resilience, and that overcoming hate, overcoming this trauma is a community affair. Individual therapy, like, I'm a clinician, but I'll be the first to say that individual therapy isn't going to solve like systemic societal problems. Like, we got to think broader than that.
Emma or Jason, did you want to chime in?
I was just going to second that sentiment that the experiences of people who are Asian American are typically pushed to the side, right? That discrimination that they face is typically pushed to the side. I remember there was a boy from my high school who was sending me these hateful Instagram DMs during the time that coronavirus had really started to pick up. This was pretty recently after Trump was calling COVID the China virus and the China flu. And I had posted something on my Instagram story, discussing just how hateful that term is and just how wrong that is. And I remember it was some, young Trump supporter guy, and I was explaining to him, he was basically trying to diminish those experiences and to diminish the hate that I have experienced as somebody who is Asian American. And I remember how frustrating that was. And just to think about how that happens so frequently, how that happens to Asian Americans every single day, their experiences, the trauma they've experienced is diminished and is undermined. And it's so frustrating to think about that fact, and to think about, of course, those numbers. Of course, there are so many who are underreporting, and it's insane to think about the true scale of this destruction that we're experiencing. And it's difficult to think about what we can do to truly fix this.
Yeah, and I'd love to jump in also and point out, right, that for me, fundamentally, we can talk about the model minority myth in two ways, right? We can talk about the content of the myth, right? What it says, what it purports Asians are and aren't, and where that comes from. But I think that the second layer of this, right, is objectification. And Russell, you brought this up when we were talking last week. I don't want to steal your thunder, but where my mind goes to immediately is Viet Nguyen, right? Professor Nguyen's notion of narrative plenitude. And that's the problem, right, with the model minority and the eternal foreigner, and really any stereotype about Asian Americans. It's not fundamentally the content of what it's saying, because content-wise, it all can be true sometimes, right? Like I went to an Ivy, I work hard, all these different things. But the problem is that it locks us in a box, right? And so whether it's, Asians assimilate into white culture rapidly, or it's Asians never assimilate into America and are forever foreigners and are dangerous, or it's Asian women, Asian men, queer, whatever box is someone's put in, it's de facto dehumanizing, right? And I think that dehumanization, for me, is the most perilous part of the model minority myth, because it locks people into expectations that are not human-sized boxes. They're projections. And then that really is problematic.
Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
The objectification, I think, really explains the Atlanta shootings, right? The way Asian women are fetishized, hypersexualized, represented as dragon ladies or as, China dolls. That's why, because of the stereotype of being, objects and not fully human, the Atlanta shooter went out of his way to target Asian businesses and went out of his way to shoot Asian women. So it's these stereotypes, whether the model minority or the perpetual foreigner, really have life or death consequences for us now. That's how serious this objectification is. And then we also self-objectify, right? And we can also internalize these stereotypes. We might think, this Asian part of me is foreign and too exotic, and I need to shun it the way others are shunning me. I may adopt the mentality of the model minority, think I'm better than others. And so there's a lot of insidious effects of this objectification.
Yes, thank you for this word about humanizing, and how, and also the Nguyen's narrative plenitude. So I would love to ask you all, how can we heal ourselves of these false beliefs? How can we humanize ourselves? Dr. Helen and I were talking about what kind of question would elicit that, so we can share with our audience. But I was curious, what is one adversity that you have faced and how you overcame that? I know you all are high achievers, so it might be nice for the audience to hear what makes you human, something that makes you human.
Yeah, one thing I share often, Dr. Jeannie and I have talked about it, and being at Stanford with all these high achievers, I'm always talking with them about, honestly, what's taught me the most in life are the places that I've screwed up or failed or just haven't done that great, that's how I actually learned resilience. That's how I actually got pushed out of boundaries and found new things that I never would have if I had lived within those boxes, right, that we're talking about. So the fact that my parents busted their butts to afford to buy a home with a famous school district so we could go there. And I hated it and I was ready to drop out. I mean, they like so many immigrants are familiar with the story. It's like your parents have given their life for this, and I absolutely couldn't stand it. And I was really saved in a lot of ways by alternative education and being allowed to leave that high school. So that's a whole other story. But right, what in our community would be seen as the ultimate failure, really, in a lot of Taiwanese communities, it really led me to a life that has so much exceeded like what I would have ever imagined, and not just in terms of like material things, which is fine, but in terms of meaningful work and connective work, right? And so not being able to get out of this narrow box really limits so much. In therapy and narrative therapy, we talk about this idea of thickening your story, right? So it fits in beautifully with narrative plenitude, and that the narrowness of those things, they cause people to harm us and they cause us to harm each other or not know things. So one of the things I'm very open to talk about too is like, yes, I'm an educator and I'm a clinician. And I'm also a loved one of people who've been in mental health treatment. And I've been in treatment. I've had 4 different therapists over these decades. I'm all these things, a survivor of suicide loss. Like, we have to be able to talk about that. Like, it's not like, oh, you did good or you're smart, therefore everything's great. It's like, no, we're all kinds of things at the same time.
I'd love to piggyback off of that because I really love that sentiment. I think that's something that I've kind of tried to create that narrative for myself as well, especially, now having that national following of being Miss America, is using that platform to show people that I am more than just my title. I am more than just, a college student. Something I've spoke pretty openly about since winning Miss America is my mental health, right? I think it's so important to be open and to talk about the things that I have experienced because it ultimately brings that conversation to the front of the table. I was not diagnosed with ADHD until I was 19 years old, so just last year. And it was something that really kind of created a difficult time for me when I was in high school, especially in my first year of college. I was really bad at math. And although I was president of National Honor Society and president of all of these clubs and organizations, and everybody would have thought that I was the perfect student, behind the scenes, I was pulling all-nighters and having to spend 3 times as much time as my classmates just to get the same grades. And it was kind of that desire to be an overachiever and that desire to show everybody that I am enough and that I am worth it, that kind of drove me to ignore the fact that something must have been off because I was so wanting to be as successful as my peers. And it wasn't until COVID, the pandemic, and being locked up in my dorm all of last year that my ADHD really got to its worst, and I was flunking test after test. And at the time I realized, how am I going to be able to survive 4 years of medical school after my undergraduate degree? There's no way. And I finally went in and I got a diagnosis and I was medicated, and it was like the blinders were taken off of my eyes. All of a sudden, everything came so much easier to me. And I realized that it's not something to be ashamed of. my ADHD really helps me in many different outlets of my life, especially my love of music. And my singing, I think that my ability to hyper-focus really created that extra level of creativity that allowed me to kind of flourish as a performer. But it wasn't until this year that I really came to terms with my diagnosis. You know, for so long I was so ashamed. I felt like it was kind of a red flag looming over my head. Oh, this girl has a mental health issue. She's got a mental health disorder. Something's wrong with her. And I realized that we can learn to embrace it. We can learn to embrace the things that make us different and the things that make us unique. And I think that was something that was always really difficult for me. But now it's important to embrace all of the things that are important to me in my life and all of the things that make me who I am.
Jason, you want to go, or shall I? Well, thanks, Emma, for sharing. I think as we do share our hurts and our pains and our suffering, that's what makes us human, and that's where people develop empathy with us. And for me, the irony as I lead Stop API Hate is more and more I'm realizing I'm a hater. More as I'm fighting racial bullying, I'm recognizing, geez, I act in bullying ways. The more I talk about intergenerational trauma, I realize, crap, I'm acting in traumatized manners and traumatizing others in the process. I'm continuing the cycle of violence, and that's embarrassing, it's shaming. I feel like a hypocrite because I've got the platform like Emma, but I perpetuate the things that I'm trying to address. And it just it just shows how human we are, because to err is human. You know, we're failing at the things we want to reach at. And so, like Helen, I'm you know, going through therapy, trying to work out the issues, but it's an ongoing process, and it doesn't get fixed right away just by therapy. But acknowledging it, like Emma, is freeing. By recognizing and admitting to our weaknesses, then we find solidarity with others who are in the same boat. And so hopefully I'm gaining empathy. Hopefully I'm gaining the support I need to deal with a lot of my bullying ways. Yeah.
And maybe that, like you said, they're trauma responses, right? And I think your awareness of them. And I would vouch for you, Russell. I do believe there is healing happening. And to add to what you said about we're living in a time of collective trauma, but we can break the cycle. And we're doing that today by talking. Every time we process, metabolize, and heal from these traumas, we are breaking the cycle. We don't have to pass this on to our kids. We don't have to perpetuate it in society. We are healing even now. Even now as we're talking, we're building new neuronal connections that is breaking the cycle of violence. So really, really happy that you all are here today and that people are tuning into us. Jason, do you want to add?
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, frankly, you know, there's so many different angles, but for me, I'm scared, like, at least on a weekly basis. Like, y'all, it's what any of us are doing. To do something different is difficult, right? Because the easiest thing to do is to perpetuate those cycles, right? There's already a predisposed role. There's a rut. You know what? I had a friend who went to Harvard Business School, and he said one thing he learned in his first classes was that every system is optimized to attain the result that has already been achieved. You dig what I'm saying? Like, every system is optimized to continue achieving the results that already exist. So if we want a different future, right? If I want to be a rapper, you know, my dad is a scientist. My mom is a librarian. If I wanted to be a scientist, I would probably have a lot less anxiety than I do right now. If I wanted to be a librarian, I know exactly how to do that. I moved to LA with no clue about how to do this. You know what I'm saying? Emma, it's not like you grew up like being like, yo, I'm gonna be a beauty queen. That's my thing. Like, it's gonna be easy. This was been my family for 5 generations, right? But for all of us to do something different is terrifying. And the cost, but also, you know what, there's 2 ways of looking at it. The cost of wanting a better world is the surfacing of trauma, anxiety, pressure, depression, etc. The flip side of it, though, is all that's in there already. Everything that's coming out ain't nothing but what I was already like taking in and given and built in myself. So it's also, the way to look at it is, this is an opportunity to confront things, exactly like Russell just said. You know, like I've confronted things that I believe about myself, things about my worth, things about my value, things about what makes me deserving of love or undeserving of love. But I think, you know, if there's anyone in the audience who's, you know, going through adversity, that's the cost of living. And by cost, I don't mean, hey, you just got to tough it out. No, like, we've got tools to deal with it, right? This is why we have, you know, trauma-informed therapy. This is why we have race-aware counseling. But what I'd like to say is, don't be avoidant. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to run. That feeling of like, man, I'm feeling a lot of anxiety. I don't feel good about this. I don't know if I'm going in the right direction. And maybe you're not. I don't know. But just because you're coming up against that wall, it don't mean that you're headed in the wrong direction. Sometimes that's actually an indicator, a leading indicator of the fact that there's a breakthrough on the way. But it's about learning how to deal with that and shoulder that burden healthily as we keep pressing forward, not numbing and self-medicating, escaping and avoiding.
You're reminding me of something a yoga teacher once said, that courage is not the absence of fear, but doing what you believe to be right and true despite the fear. And you talk about going to LA and kind of breaking the mold of what your family or your community might have wanted for you to pursue the arts and all that you've pursued. I was curious for the panel, if resisting the model minority myth and the myth of the perpetual foreigner is about standing up with dignity and embodying our authentic selves, you know, what does it look like for you all to be your authentic self?
I want to answer that, but I also want to shout out to, like, thank you, Jason and Russell, for really putting it out there. Like, Russell, that was an exercise in the moment of cultural humility. Like, the entire practice of cultural humility is being able to say, like, I don't do it perfectly and I'm still growing, right? And as Jason said, all evolution is super uncomfortable. So not being afraid and immediately being like, oh, this must not be for me just because it's like super awkward, you know? If we're going to evolve, like, it's going to be uncomfortable, and that's all right. But do your self-care, you know, don't just like be stoic and just suffer. Yeah, like, that's part of my growth. Like, I practice from a cultural humility stance, which means always having to be like, oh gosh, you know, like my own ableism, or like my own, like, I could be doing this better, and how can I grow? How do I establish, you know, be a better collaborator? But having being pulled in a lot of directions and hearing all these messages, I think what I finally realized works for me is like taking the time, which I've done, and it's a whole process, figuring out what are my values, right? So as long as I'm working toward what I truly value, you know, and like my role and what I give to this community, how much, like, I think mental health is important, how much culture matters, like, then I can do hard things. I certainly also never set out to be like, yeah, I want to speak on like national platforms all the time, or I want to be a keynote speaker at things, or all of those things would have frankly been unimaginable when I was a kid and a bad student. But I always pushed toward things that were hard just because I thought the message and the work was so important. That there are so many people I worked with that maybe didn't get this privilege or this chance to talk to y'all. And it's like, well, then for that sake, you got to do it, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at. And I think what drives, so I think if each person finds what drives them, that's like a real grounding place.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think my first thought is, right, this idea of like stand up. I want to interrogate that, not challenge it, but dive deeper, right? Because I think there's so much of this that can be reactionary, like compensation, you know? And I think that especially as the AAPI, ANHPI community, we've seen so much more discourse around this, more awareness intracommunally and intercommunally. There can still be this insidious performance aspect of it, which is wanting acceptance, right? And I remember in a class recently, I was reading Professor Glenn Amatsu, was talking about how the origins of the Asian American movement were a liberationist movement. And then in the 80s, it became sort of hijacked by this notion about an assimilationist movement, rhetoric of empowerment, i.e. acceptance, right? So when we say stand up, right, how do we stand up against the things that are against us? I've personally been doing a lot of thinking about liberation versus acceptance. And I think that for me, where I'm at in my journey is the goal of any work we do, psychological therapy, academia, media, entertainment, representation, whatever it is, the goal cannot be acceptance, because that creates a reliance on the actions and the behaviors of others. What we should be looking for is liberation, right? Freedom. And that's not to say that material conditions don't impact us. They absolutely do. But what it means is it's self-determination, right? It's in the end, exactly like Russell said, you know, I've been on so many of these Zooms and they said, oh my gosh, like how have you felt over the last 2 years? This is wild. I feel the same. Like, honestly, the world is difficult. You know, there's going to be bad things that keep happening. Hopefully we can make it somewhat better, but the goal is not to live in the absence of difficulty and even oppression. The goal is to find ways for us to get free, you know, borrowing from sort of my hip hop community. The goal is for us, you know, they always say, you know, they can lock the body, but they can't trap the mind. So I really hope that we can flush out the internalized colonialism, internalized racism, internalized sexism, misogyny, homophobia, that we carry against others and we carry against ourselves, because when we can live in that way, then no matter what comes against us, we'll know we're oriented properly towards it versus trying to keep appealing to different power bases, you know? So liberation and freedom is for me the goal.
Yeah, we're about 5 minutes left. Emma or Dr. Russell, did you want to chime in?
All right. Well, I'd like to connect the dots of what Jason and Helen was saying about we could be framed by the stereotypes, and we could try to gain acceptance to what people expect of us. And Dr. Celestro, you asked about, well, then how do we find our full authenticity when we have all these messages and frames for us, all these stereotypes that box us in? And for me, as a sociologist, I've always thought, no, we could socially construct who we want to be. You know, we're not predetermined genetically. We're not predetermined by society. And that's what Jason was talking about. The concept of AAPI was liberatory. It freed us from being Oriental so that we could imagine what it means to be an Asian American. We could impute meaning to our own identity. We could embody the values that we want to aspire to, like Helen said. So for me, full authenticity is not to represent something or to counter a stereotype. Authenticity is for me to embody the values that I want to be about, what I think Asian Americans should be. So the stereotypes like Asian Americans may be cheap, but no, I want Asian Americans to be a generous people. You know, Asian Americans could be, you know, clannish. I go, no, Asian Americans are in solidarity with other communities of color. So it's what we collectively dream it to be. And Jason helps us, artists, Emma helps us in dreaming and providing hope of what it can look like. So I want to thank, you know, even now, like we were talking about how this panel is a community caring situation for me. And I think we're embodying that value of community care even now. So I think for me, authenticity means pursuing the values that I want to embody or that we want to embody collectively.
Yeah. To close out, because I know we're almost out of time, and Emma, you can maybe bring in your answer to this, is what is one compassionate, empowering word that your younger self would have wanted to hear growing up, or even in your young adulthood, and as a way of speaking to your younger selves, but also to folks in the audience who are on this journey of decolonization, healing, justice, etc.
So Emma, that's talking to yourself a year ago, basically, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
I think maybe I would say acceptance. I think about middle school Emma, you know, this 13-year-old who so badly wanted to fit in with the other girls at her middle school. I went to a predominantly white middle school, and you know, that's already kind of a difficult time for a young child just starting out with puberty. And I remember I dyed my hair blonde because all of the pretty popular girls at school had blonde hair, blue eyes, were this version of this European American beauty standard. And I wanted so badly to be that. And in fact, I think it took probably 4 or 5 years after that for me to fully come to terms with my heritage and my roots. And I hated the fact that I was Korean. I hated the fact that I was unlike the other students, and I was unlike my peers. And I even attempted to get blue contacts at some point. I wanted so badly to be like everybody else. And it took me so long to finally come to terms with embracing my heritage and embracing the things that make me unique, and embracing my roots. And so I wish if I had the time to talk to my younger self and I had that opportunity, I would share that sentiment with her of acceptance, and knowing that although this time may feel tough, and although you might feel insecure in your roots and who you are, you will be okay, and give it time and allow yourself to embrace that part of you. Which I think it's one of those things that, again, is, you know, it's hard to admit. Nobody wants to admit that they at one point wanted to be white and bleached their hair blonde and got blue colored contact lenses. But it's important to open up that conversation and to be honest and transparent about those experiences at one point, because that's kind of how we can connect with one another and feel that sense of empathy.
Thank you.
I just want to talk about this idea of just inherent worth, right? Taking that time to remember that you have inherent worth in all your unique values. I think it took me a long time to learn that. You know, Emma, I had plenty of embarrassing things when I think back on how badly I tried to fit in when I was younger, and really shied away from so many things that I now understand are rich and beautiful about my culture, my family. My cheer for the day, you are worth more than your productivity. That is what I need everyone to really know, that it's a capitalistic colonial mentality to feel like you need to earn your worth. You don't.
Thank you.
Yeah, mine is exactly the same as Helen's pretty much. I was thinking enough, you know, like you're enough. Like, hey, you don't got it. And that don't mean you got it all today, but it means you got all the tools you need. You got the community you need. You'll find the community you need to get where you need to be. And it's been true.
Thank you. Enough. Dr. Russell?
Yeah, I like that we have enough, and that we have a lot of cultural wealth, that we don't have to operate in that deficit model that Asian Americans are like, oh, dysfunctional. We need, you know, we're stigmatizing ourselves. And so I think for my little Russell, I'd like to say you're heard. And that, you know, with the model minority myth, we're supposed to be quiet. If we're in Asian, perhaps context, you listen to your elders or the authorities. And so you learn to be voiceless, and you learn that your ideas don't matter. And I want all of you in the audience to know that you're heard, and that, you know, you're enough, and who you are, and what you hope to be. We want to hear you.
Well, thank you all for healing with us today, healing together, healing our communities. I'm so blessed and honored to have spoken with you all today, and I'm sure the audience learned a lot. And may we continue this conversation and continue our heart's work out in the community. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks to Dr. Jeannie for moderating so well.
Yes, excellent. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think this should be, yep, we are live now. So it's the last time you'll hear from me trying to figure out when we're actually live with our final panel fireside chat of the day. And yeah, honored to introduce this group, particularly, yeah, we'll start with our moderator, the president of the Asian Mental Health Collective, Jeannie Chang. And yeah, she'll introduce the rest of our group and we'll get started. Jeannie is a licensed marriage and family therapist and founder of Your Change Provider, and that practices interdisciplinary workings and solutions to frame cultural confidence and cultural competency in training of professionals. And she's also a best-selling author and accomplished international speaker for corporations on DEI initiatives. So yeah, I will hand it off to Jeannie, and yeah, thanks all for joining.
Thanks, Christian. Thanks, Christian. I was going to add Amazon bestselling author, a little different than the New York Times bestselling authors I'm with, just saying. So thank you so much for that introduction. I am so excited, a fangirl myself of both these just tremendously talented Korean American women. Being a fellow Korean American, I just feel like this is going to be such a wonderful conversation. So I want to do them justice. I feel like they don't really need an introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Michelle Zauner. Let's start there. Michelle Zauner, also known or headlines or leads Japanese Breakfast. She has won music awards such as for releases like Psycho Chomp and Soft Sounds from Another Planet. But I love the fact that Jubilee has earned her some Grammy nods for Best New Artist and Best Alternative Music Album. Crying in H Mart, of course, and literally crying through reading the book of H Mart also became a New York Times best-selling book. And we're going to be talking more about that and what that looks like in relationship to her experiences, grief, all of the above. And we'll be talking about that. Now, Kathy Park Hong, so excited to also have her with us. Award-winning poet, essayist, Minor Feelings, which we're going to really focus on today and what that looks like as it relates, of course, to mental health, which is why we're here. She's won numerous awards. I want to say Minor Feelings is also the 2020 recipient of the National Book Critics Circle Award for autobiography. She's written several books of poetry and is a recipient of notable awards such as the Wyndham Campbell Prize. And just even hearing her talks and interviews on minor feelings and everything else, wow. And as a licensed therapist, you feel this in itself is going to be, I hope, a therapeutic fireside chat for all of us. So that said, welcome. I want to do that virtual, yay, if you can hear it in the stands of what looks like today as a virtual conference or a virtual fireside chat. Kathy and Michelle, thank you so much for being here. We don't have that much time, so let's just start off with our 3 conference pillars: self, and then community, or I also say in the context of relationships, family as well, and then society. And I want to touch on all 3 in the best I can in the next 45 minutes or so. But to kick things off, and I want both of you to answer it, we're going to focus on self. I always like to say, as Christian shared, that I speak a lot about the intersectionality of Asian identity or identity and mental health, particularly in the workplace, right? And we're all in some sort of workplace. So I'd like to ask you guys this big question to start things off. Let's just get deep. Let's just get real. What's the intersectionality of mental health and Asian identity or Korean American identity look like for you since writing the book or even throughout the process of writing the book? Big question, I know. You want to start off, Kathy? The seasoned author here.
Like, don't pick me. Don't pick me. I need like a desk break for hide under or something. It's what I've been thinking about. So the intersection between mental health, intersectionality, and Korean American identity.
Sure, or Asian identity. Yeah. What does that look like for you?
Of course, my book Minor Feelings had a lot to do with I wasn't necessarily thinking mental health. I was just more thinking about my own interiority and what it really, and trying to be as exacting and precise as I can, and honest as I can about what it means to be in an invisible body. Just because you're in an invisible body doesn't mean that inside you're actually invisible, and all of the kind of sort of turmoil or conflicted feelings that are going inside, because I didn't think that I witnessed that enough, or read that enough, or absorbed that enough in culture, in American culture. So it was really necessary for me to write about it. And since the book has come out, and I'm sure Michelle gets this like a zillion times for her book and for her music, one comment that I constantly hear is how much the reader feels seen, and I think it, and it happens with such, and I hear that with such regularity that I started thinking about that phrase, like what does that even mean, to feel seen, and like why is it in the passive verb, and and like and I was just thinking about just that experience of feeling seen is, and that the fact that it's in the passive verb is that you don't have to do the work to be visible. That that connection or being understood is instantaneous. It's like Chung, right? I feel seen as Chung, basically. And I guess, like, I was thinking Asian Americans are so famished for it because there's so little of that. I mean, even with the few, like, the representation there is in pop culture, at least before, when I was growing up, was it seemed insufficient because it was very aware of the white gaze, and it wasn't really authentic to whatever kind of or difficult feelings are. And so I think it's really, this invisibility, like what I think about, like just sort of the kind of the fallout, the psychological fallout of being invisible, like for instance, Asian Americans, young Asian Americans have one of the highest suicide rates, maybe the highest. Korean Americans among Asian Americans have the highest suicide rate, which I think is interesting. So that kind of parallels Koreans, who have the highest suicide rate in the world, among developed nations. And but then at the same time, when I was looking at sort of national statistics on mental health or domestic abuse or rape, is just a very a disheartening feeling. It's always really disheartening to see how Asian Americans aren't even a statistic, or that the sampling size is too small, or that they actually have a very low percent. There's actually a low percentage of Asian Americans who have mental. And I'm like, that's because the statistician is not doing the work and actually going and finding Asian Americans. And so we're just it's this constant sensation of being overlooked, or it's not just also coming here with the kind of sort of and kind of surviving and dealing with the difficulties of assimilation and intergenerational trauma and domestic racism, and also economic precarity, and like we're not even, and and what having a mother who's a nail technician and being overworked and all of that. But it's also none of that reality registering in the country at large. So what does that do to your sense of self? And you see many manifestations of that, whether you just either become totally dissociated or, yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah, no, and you said Chung, which I wanted to tell the folks if they were like, what did Kathy mean by that word Chung? In Korean, it's the Korean concept of affinity, connection, and kinship, and that's the word that I was just saying that I felt to my fellow Korean American women here today. So, and that's even amidst in the Asian community, right? Chung, just the experiences we have about not feeling seen or feeling othered. So Michelle, same question. Yes. What is that powerful intersectionality? I know, big question, that look like for you? I mean, when I was talking about mental health, also we can also talk about grief, particularly with yours, but also Kathy outlined grief in her book as well. But the intersectionality of mental health and your Asian identity or Korean identity. What does that look like since you wrote the book, or even during the process of the book?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. I think that in Korean culture, at least in my experience growing up with a Korean mother, mental health was not really a topic for discussion, and there's a section of my book where I really struggled with depression in my teen years, and that was a major point of contention between my mother and I, because it felt like she felt it was my way of slighting her in a way. She took it very personally, and I think that it's such a changing discussion, and I think now around mental health in the Asian community. But yeah, I mean, I would echo what Kathy said. I feel like I've been thinking about this a lot lately, because I've done some Korean press, and the question is always, why is your book successful? Like, why is it doing well? I feel like, especially like from Korea, like they're very intrigued by the success of a Korean American narrative, and why this is, because it's a very new thing. At this point, my book has been on the bestsellers list for 40 weeks, and I had never anticipated this. And I think what I've been thinking about a lot is I never thought that this book would be successful. And even when I was in college, I only took fiction courses. I took every single creative writing course except for nonfiction, because I never thought I would write about myself, because I could never see myself, I think, as a main character, as a protagonist. And so I think that it's really heartening to see this response, because I feel like for the first time, it's more acceptable and more normal for our community to be seen as a protagonist, and I feel like that's a very new thing. So yeah, I mean, I think it's been really wonderful to get to share a diverse range of stories, and for our community to have a wide range of representation.
I think thank you for bringing that up with the difference in Korean culture, right? Korean Americans and the narrative. So speaking of that, even when Kathy was talking about feeling seen, and even my experience, just understanding what people really want at the end of the day is to have this sense of belonging, to really feel like they belong, or feeling validated. So in that sense, and anyone can go first, I won't call on Kathy this time. So I think sorry, Kathy, I just want to reference what you shared in your book. You talked a lot about vulnerability. That doesn't come easy, being Asian American or Korean American, and just in our culture, and just being able to write what Michelle's memoir and your autobiographical essays. How has your vulnerability, do you feel like you were able to work through that vulnerability better, and now you're like, you know what, it's I can do this, I can continue to be this way? Or is it like continually like, I got to start again, I wrote this book, but then it's still just as hard to be vulnerable? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, therapy helped.
Speaking of which, so I'm glad therapy helped, because I did feel like, okay, goodness gracious, thinking of the therapist that initially that you struggled with, right? So
yeah, and it's like, I don't want people to think that, what I was afraid by starting with that anecdote of seeking out a Korean American therapist, and the Korean American therapist just outright mysteriously rejecting me. I didn't want to make it seem that all Asian American therapists were actually, unprofessional and cold-hearted or anything like that.
But it hit me. I was like, oh,
on the contrary, I just actually, in fact, met with one therapist, Shin Hee Ha, who actually wrote a brilliant book called Racial Melancholia and Racial Dissociation, which I don't know if you've read it.
I haven't read it yet.
I would definitely recommend everyone to read it. We were just talking about all the subjects that you're talking about. But anyway, therapy really helped for me to like kind of process and deal with it, because my poetry, I went with my last 3 poetry books. I didn't write about the self at all, or the autobiographical self, really. It was really kind of, it was a thickly veiled, it was, the kind of narrative was very thickly veiled. But, it was that, and also I think becoming a mother and having a child and realizing that there was more at stake, and that I needed to try to, uh, try to help change the society, so my daughter didn't have the same kind of childhood that I did. That meant being vulnerable. And still that was difficult, even after therapy and becoming a mother and all of that, and getting more in touch with my emotions, or whatever you want to call it. There was a part of me that wanted to just write, the earlier draft of Minor Feelings was much more critical, more theoretical. And I also had an amazing editor, Victory Matsui, who is Japanese American, and they were very tough in ways that I found really helpful, where they were saying, "You're just skimming. You're just skating through this anecdote, or you're just skating through this analysis. You have to bring more yourself in there. You need to kind of dig deeper," and so forth. So I thought that was really important. But I think it's really hard. I mean, growing up, I'll just use my own experience, or just the Koreans that I grew up with. I mean, I think the emphasis was to be invulnerable, to be strong, and also there was this really huge, there was this dominant culture of shame, which is a little bit different than the shame that I talk about in Minor Feelings, where if you kind of revealed any of the weaknesses or dysfunctions of your family, then you were going to bring shame upon the family. You had to always show your best self, and your family you had to show your family's best self. It was all very appearance focused, and it was, and there was an emphasis on being never, your mask never cracking, and just never kind of showing your weak side or your soft side. And I think it's just really, and this is also, I mean, especially for women, and I also think about Asian American men and how they have it 10 times worse, and it's really just to be invulnerable. And I think it really is important that all of us show our vulnerability and be vulnerable, not just Korean Americans or Asian Americans, but Americans in general, men especially. I think, I think it'd be a better society if men were allowed themselves to be vulnerable.
I love that you shared that. So same question, Michelle, of course. Yeah, vulnerability, and just obviously for you, you're talking about grief and your mother, and there's such a rawness to it. But did it feel awkward to be vulnerable in that way, or it felt therapeutic? Like, I have to get this out. This is helping me.
I think that whenever I create art, and it was certainly maybe easier when I had less of an audience. But there's a line in the book that's actually about my behavior as a child and eating well. But while I struggled to be good, I excelled at being courageous. I think that in a way, I never felt like I never felt like I had natural talent. And I think in a way that my courageousness was the closest thing that I felt in being vulnerable, was the closest strength I felt I had in a lot of the art that I made. I think my experience might be also a little bit different because I grew up mixed race. My father is a Caucasian American guy and my mom was Korean American. So that experience between the two of them was so different. And also growing up in America, my mom was this kind of impenetrable, stoic, withholding, very private, appearance-driven woman. And my father was just so unabashedly emotional and so open and to a fault, and so I think that it was easy for me to take that take that on, and it's a very American sensibility in some sense to share everything, to be honest and to be direct in this way. And so I see value in both in some senses, but at least in terms of my creative work from a very early age, from my teenagers when I started writing songs, it's always felt comfortable and helpful for me to be vulnerable with my creative work. And so it felt like a natural progression to do that in nonfiction and to just focus on it. Another big part of it came from being so angry at the world for not preparing me for what my family endured. I was so shocked by the reality of illness and caregiving because I never felt like it was something that anyone had shared with me before because it's so private. And so there were moments certainly where I took pause of sharing some of the gruesome details of my mother's illness and her symptoms. But it also felt necessary to me because part of the drive that I had to write this book, I think, was to expose what that was like for my family. Because for me personally, I wish I had known a bit more going into it. I had read or seen or heard from someone what that looked like. And so I think that really motivated me in some ways to share some of that and as elegant of a way as I could.
So, and then you said something interesting that I think it would be good to expand on. You're talking about how you were angry that you didn't know much about caretaking. Now, did you mean in the Asian context or just in general?
I mean, in general, I think, a lot of that stuff has been kind of taboo because it's gross and intense, but for me, I think for some people, I'd rather know what's to come, and I wish I had been more prepared in some ways for what that looks like. But I mean, certainly I did feel some pressure of how is my Korean family going to take this? Are they going to feel like I have brought some shame to my mother by like expressing some of the things that we went through?
By the way, yeah. So on that note, let's move on to community, family. I'm going to add that question in there. Follow up with what Michelle just said. How did your families take your books? What was their response?
It's hard to know because I don't speak Korean fluently, and I know that my aunt just read the Korean translation of the book, and I've like been obsessively trying to translate what people in Korea think of the book. But my aunt was very moved by it, and she enjoyed it and found it to be beautiful. But yeah, it's hard to know exactly because of the language.
Yeah. How about your father's family? Did they share a little bit how they thought about it?
I'm not honestly very close to my father's side of the family, and my father and I don't really speak to each other anymore. So I haven't spoken to him much about the book.
Got it. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. Just, because sometimes writing the book can be very raw and real. And the first thing we ask as Asians, oh my goodness, what's my parents going to think? Or what are my family's going to think? So Kathy, on that note, what was the response from your family? Obviously you've already been writing. But this was like an autobiographical essays.
My mom hasn't read it. She's, I mean, her English is quite poor. So she definitely didn't read the English translation. And then when it got translated to Korean and funnily enough, she discouraged me. She was like, I don't know if Korean translation needs to come out. She has so far, she said she was too scared to read it. So she hasn't read the Korean translation either. My dad read it, or so he claims. And he said it was a really good piece of fiction. So take that as you will. No, I mean, they're very proud of me. And I think my dad is surprisingly, I told him, I told him what was going to be in the book and that it was going to be very honest. And, I told him that I told him that I was going to mention his drinking, for instance, and from, or how he got to the country or the difficulties. And I was actually surprised to discover that, he was okay with it. He's like, well, that's what you have to write. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. And I don't really know if it's because he doesn't want to really think about it, or he's actually accepting. I mean, he was, when he was in college, when he was in Korea, he too wanted to be a poet. He wanted to be, he read widely back then, and he, even tried to write a novel at some point. So I think he understands, maybe he has more of an understanding of that artistic sensibility. But I don't know if he actually finished the book, but they are, but nonetheless, I think they accept. I mean, they didn't say it, but basically, to paraphrase them, it's like, if you have to throw us under the bus to get right when you need to and get the success that you did, okay, we'll accept that. I mean, but and I don't know. I think some of my relatives have read it, and they didn't. They haven't responded to. They haven't said anything to my mother, so I think that may say something about what they thought of
Yeah,
the book.
because you were touching and then even when Michelle's talking about how when you were going through depression, your mom thinking it was something so personal, not quite understanding it outside herself, and then Kathy talking about the showing face part of our culture, showing face, saving face, right? And then shame in reference to that, you writing the book or both of you writing books and being very vulnerable and real. That's what I was getting at, thinking, do they feel ashamed? Like, oh my goodness, Kathy wrote a book and brought shame to our family. I mean, I don't think so, but that's part of the whole intergenerational trauma aspect, right? And in that sense, pivoting to that, how, and this is again, I guess, a really big question, because we throw out words like intergenerational trauma a lot. I study it constantly as a family therapist, and it still baffles me in the sense that every family, every person is unique, and how it manifests is very different. But particularly in just minor feelings and crying in H Mart, is that something that you were processing or reconciling still? Did that come to mind at all? I'm experiencing this, just generational trauma from my mom, my family, etc. Did that come to mind?
I'll respond to that first. I find the term intergenerational trauma to be overused and flattening, and only just because it's thrown around constantly. And and you're right. There's such a complexity and divergence of all of our experiences, even among not just. I'm not talking about the kind of wide the disparate experiences of Asian Americans, but even among Korean Americans, our experiences are so different and so complex, and the way our kind of hardships and mental illnesses, or whatever you want to however you want to define it, manifests itself, are all singular. And I think at this point, we haven't really developed a framework, and like sort of an epistemological framework in which to think about trauma among Asian immigrants and their children and their children's children. And I do think, and you think about, when I think of the terms that are tossed around a lot, like complex PTSD or intergenerational trauma, yes, broadly they do work, but then you also have to think about where the origins of those and the origins of those terms came from. Like intergenerational trauma was first just really developed by Holocaust survivors, right? And written on by Holocaust survivors. And PTSD was studied first on Vietnam veterans, right? And I'm not saying that our experiences are dissimilar, but I also think that a lot of our mental health has so much to do, is also culturally specific, like, for instance, anorexia is like is a disorder that is commonly associated with white middle class and upper class women. You know, and I just think there is the language in which to think and talk about what Asian Americans, and this can also kind of overlap with other people of color, what we go through. Racialized trauma is still it's still you know, inchoate. It's not fully formed yet, and I think there needs to be a richer way to think about what we're going through. And I think it's definitely happening. It's been happening through literature and art and music, but it's, you know, when people say intergenerational trauma, I'm like, what is that? You know?
Yeah, because people try to make it linear when nothing about our feelings or emotional experiences or mental health is linear. Like, this is where we have to somewhat think in circles, which a lot of people don't want to do. But yeah, no, thank you for sharing that take on it, Michelle.
I mean, one thing I will say, I just want to quickly add, but of course there is intergenerational trauma. I mean, like, well, I will say that Korean War was the worst war in the 20th century in terms of the number of people who died per capita. So Korea, for a tiny peninsula, had a disproportionate number of deaths, you know, compared to all of it. And just think about that, more than World War II, World War II, Vietnam War, and all of that. How is that going to that and the legacy of dictatorships and the Japanese occupation? Of course, that's going to reverberate through generations. Not only that, it's totally forgotten when we come here. Like, no one talks about it. No one understands it. It's called the Forgotten War for a reason. How is that going to, of course, there are going to be psychological repercussions from it, you know? So anyway, just wanted to add that.
Yeah, so it's obviously complex, even as we're talking and breaking it down, right? Michelle, no, same question to you, but yes, just intergenerational trauma, or the word that you hear a lot of, and you're talking a lot about your relationship with your mother. As you're writing the book, I mean, and your process was very different, obviously, but I'd love to know if that grief process and sharing it in your book helped you work through that relationship with your mother, if that makes sense. Reconciled it, or reckoning.
Yeah.
Kathy's
Absolutely. I mean, it definitely played a major role. I will say that I also think my mother and I probably would have gotten there more naturally together in adulthood. I think for my mom and I, one of the really heartbreaking parts of that story is that our relationship had just sort of reached this wonderful turning point where we could sort of see each other as adults for the first time. She died when I was 25 years old. And I would say we were just, we had just finally gotten to a point where we had a few good years where we could speak to each other honestly as peers for the first time. And we really saw each other for the first time. But I feel like, you know, I had so much guilt for being a difficult child and a difficult teenager, and having this constant friction between my mother and I, that I think that in writing this book, I was really able to find a lot of forgiveness, mostly for myself. And I think that what I came to realize in writing this book was that my mother and I had no real reference point for our relationship. We had no media or, you know, any art or any real narrative that showed what our relationship looked like, and that it was something shared by other people. It just felt so uniquely like our unique problem. And I think that what I hope to have accomplished in my book in some ways, and what I felt I accomplished for myself, was that I was able to see that the love that we had for one another and our relationship was just it was different because we were from two different cultures, you know, and it was obviously a major generational divide, but also this cultural divide was not something that she had many peers to really talk to about, and I didn't have any friends that had this experience with their parents. And I think a lot of the times things that you don't realize are like inherent in someone's cultural upbringing, you think that you're like alone in that. And it's really interesting to find, like, this is such a weird, one of my favorite things is finding like very small details in my book that people can relate to. So like my mom collected Swarovski crystal animal figurines. And it's always funny to me when there's like some Korean kid that's like, my mom also collected those weird.
And I was gonna say, I know my aunt does as well.
Yeah, similar. And so for me, I was like, I didn't realize that was like kind of a Korean like thing. Like certain things that I just thought were like weird idiosyncrasies of my mother's character are actually kind of rooted in her like culture or like the way that she was brought up. Similarly, like this is so weird, but I read Minor Feelings quite a few years ago, so it's not like fresh and top of mind. But one thing that stuck with me from Kathy's book was her love of stationery, and that's like such a small part of the book. But I feel like there is this like weird like Korean, specifically like Korean or like Eastern Asian like cultural affinity for a particular type of stationery that I've always just felt like, oh, this is just something I was into, but I think is actually really rooted in the culture, because whenever I would go to Korea, those stationery stores are everywhere, and everyone, there are all these like beloved characters that you prize as a young kid. And so I think that being able to read something like that makes you realize that, you know, you're not isolated, and it's not this like weird idiosyncrasy that just you have, but a lot of this kind of comes from your cultural upbringing. And I think I was able to kind of see that side of my mother and forgive myself a lot for just like, of course you guys had issues. You had no reference point for where you were meeting. And for you, it just seemed like she had these like unattainable expectations, or like, there was other weird things too. Like, you know, I remember every time I got my mom a Christmas present, she would get so mad at me. Like no matter what I got her, she would be so upset about me wasting money or like whatever. And I just thought she was just cruel. Like, and that was just her like cruel, idiosyncratic like behavior to demean everything that I did. And then I realized that it's such a wider community of like, oh no, that's just like a weird like Asian, it's an Asian thing to like kind of like shame your kid for wasting money on a present, but then sharing with your friends this great thing that your kid got you when they're out of the room, you know? So yeah, I think I just came to realize that I was part of something greater in a way, and it made me forgive myself for a lot of stuff that I realized wasn't really my fault, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Now, Kathy, I feel like you're on the verge of saying something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I think like this whole idea of being seen is all about these very like specific moments. Like, you know, when I read that in your book, my mother was like that when I was a kid too, where she just was vehemently rejected anything that I got her, which I guess is an Asian thing, you know. Or, you know, you have this the crystal. Like I remember when there was you know, that scene where I was wore my mother dressed me in a Playboy shirt. There was someone who wrote in and was like, my mother also dressed me in a Playboy shirt. And in fact, I know the story in K-Town.
That is so funny. But that's what I'm talking about. I mean, that's the societal impact, right? Where these, exactly, Michelle said it, those little things. I was cracking about the stationery because for me, I would go to Korea, and I'm actually going this month, and in a couple months, I'm like, I'm going to go to the stationery stores and look at the phrases that are all incorrect in English, you know, because it doesn't make any sense, some of the phrases, but you just collect them, and I have them from over the years. But that's just something special. And I just think that's, you know, and Koreans are right. It's a huge part of our culture. And that's going back to, as I shared, I feel like an innate human need to have a sense of belonging through being seen and having these simple stories or nuances that only we might understand. We as in here in this room, but also just generally in our Asian community or other communities, right? Specifically even communities of color, where we have these nuances culturally speaking. So that said, and Michelle already touched on the impact of her book, but Kathy, as a licensed therapist, there's so many times I educate my clients saying your feelings are not minor, well, they're major feelings, meaning you deserve to feel them. And there were so many times clients were like, I don't know if I should be feeling mad, or Michelle forgiving herself for feeling like she experienced that guilt because she didn't know what to do. That's all a part of the process, validating that, but then navigating through it. And you're never going to hear me say, I don't know why you're mad. I mean, I actually tell people that's a parent to a child, I say to the parent, that is actually very harmful to say. It's actually the worst thing to say to a child. Why are you worried about that? Or don't worry. Have you ever heard that when you're worried and you're like, I'm so worried about this, and someone going, don't worry about it. But it actually makes you more worried or more stressed out or even dismissed. So I always say feelings are valid. And that's actually like the core of my work of just educating on emotions. So that's that, even with minor feelings, which obviously is that specific definition. By the way, it'd be great if you could define it for everybody, even though we know for those watching, but also the impact. What impact have you seen? Your book was published, what, 2 years? Like right before the start of the pandemic, right? And even that, our identity has shifted in the pandemic. So what has been the impact you've seen or wanted to see or hope to see, or even seen that you're like, this is why I wrote the book. I'm so glad I wrote this book.
Yeah, well, minor, I'll start with the definition of minor feelings, which still to this day, I'm asked to define it constantly, and I'm always like, what is minor feelings? It's, it's like kind of the, melancholia or doubt, suspicion, paranoia, shame, all those kind of a spectrum of affects that you feel when you're basically when your experiences are not received or held or acknowledged by the dominant culture at large, or gaslit, um, and it, also adjacent to that is this sensibility where your racialized reality is not only racialized reality is at odds with sort of the American ideals of meritocracy, and that you can and social mobility and sort of the capitalist ideal of individual triumph and the sovereignty individual, and it's like, well, what and you yourself feeling stuck, um, um, economically, psychologically, and so forth, and kind of like the cognitive dissonance of feeling that way and feeling isolated in that condition in a country that kind of trumpets itself as that city on the hill. So that's sort of generally what minor feelings is. And then, and your other question was what has happened since the book. I was, I too was expecting no one to read the book, and, was just alarmed when the pandemic happened 2 weeks after my book was published and everything shut down. And I was like, well, there goes my publication, and what was really incredible was just that the wider readership became wider and wider and wider through word of mouth, and definitely, of course, my team and Penguin and Random House were amazing, but like a lot of it was just word of mouth of other Asian American women, especially reading it and starting book clubs and handing it to their friends and buying it for their friends and their family, and that's sort of how it spread, and so it's been very humbling and gratifying, and I'm a little bit still shocked, really, the way in which people have said, what's been amazing is like, I wanted people who experience what I experienced to read the book. That was so important to me. And that happened. And, there have been people who said that it changed their life. And that was, again, just overwhelming to hear. I don't really know how to process it because, up to that point, I was a poet, and poets are used to, I get excited when I find, I used to get excited when I see like my one book of poems in a Barnes and Noble, I take a picture of it and they're like, oh my God, my book's in Barnes and Noble. So it was it's a radically different experience. And I don't know. I mean, it's been a really complicated, tragic, galvanizing time the last 2 years. I think that Asian Americans, it's been a scary time for a lot of Asian Americans with the anti-Asian hate. There's been a lot of infighting too of how to deal with it. But I think what's been really nice is to see, especially among younger generation of Asian Americans, is how radicalized they've become, and how they are not choosing to just be quiet or follow um, the script that their parents wrote for them for their lives, and where they decide where they've decided to like seek public office or be an organizer or be a poet and what have you. And I really hope that energy just grows and grows and grows and grows, and that this is like and this is like collective awakening. Yeah.
Michelle, you kind of answered it, but because I love what Kathy was sharing. I thought honestly the timing, yes, I could see how you were like, oh my gosh, there goes the book tour and all that. But then we all went into lockdown, and I mean, reading it actually, I felt like, I don't know, the timing couldn't have been perfect, if I can be honest with you, with all that we were starting to experience coming out, and in that spike of anti-Asian hate, which actually always existed, but just really coming out, and then reading your book, and then Michelle's book coming out. And grief is I think grief and trauma were the two main things I talked the most about in the pandemic, but grief can look very different. It doesn't, yours loss of a loved one, but also loss of understanding culture, or loss of, some sense of safety. I mean, that's been a huge part, right? Physical safety, physical agency, loss of jobs, all that stuff. The pandemic has really put that to the forefront. So that saying, did you get the same response, particularly from people maybe dealing with grief like you did, and feeling like that helped them through that grief cycle, which is still cycling, which I'll still want to ask you about?
Yeah, I thought it was probably a really terrible time for my book to come out. I mean, it was interesting because my book and my album, which are very, very different, tackle very different themes, came out within a couple months of each other. Jubilee, my album, is an album about joy, and I thought actually that was something that people would need more than a book about grief. But I think that, I mean, both went really well for me, and I think that it just goes to show that like human beings just want to relate to the whole spectrum of human experience, and how detailed it is, and they want to connect with different emotions. But yeah, I was very surprised to see that it connected. I mean, it's heartbreaking, really. I mean, how many people can relate to what it's like to grieve and experience loss? And it's yeah, I mean, it's very moving to see how my book, I feel like some guilt, I think, because I don't know if I'm great at consoling people through their grief. I only know how to express how I managed my own, and how I experienced my own. And I feel like in some ways, some people have looked to me as kind of knowing that all of the answers, and I really don't. But I'm glad I do feel like people were able to connect with my book and feel a little less isolated in their experience.
I have to say, I also feel that guilt to a certain extent too, because when I was writing Minor Experience, it was so private. It was so coming from my own what I thought to be a really kind of idiosyncratic experience. But there's also a rage in that book too. That was also a personal rage. And since the book has been published, and I think a lot of authors feel this, where they're put on this platform or this pedestal where they're being asked to be a guru or a therapist or a political scientist or an organizer, all these like kind of areas of expertise that I personally have no idea about. And, and they ask you to listen. It's been really amazing to listen, but to offer solutions, there is that sense of both guilt and inadequacy. Like I wrote my experience. I wrote my ideas, my own sense of an intervention, but I can't answer for everyone. So I don't know.
Totally.
Just echoing what you're saying.
I think it's so interesting that we're talking about guilt too, just also threaded throughout even our culture, right? I was going to ask you, when you guys felt, both of you saying, yes, it sounds like people have approached you expecting you have the answers, or have they actually literally asked for solutions? Michelle, this happened to me too. What would you do on this situation? I mean, have they actually literally asked for like a solution from you? Let's start with Michelle. I'm curious because I have a response to say to that.
I don't know if they've asked me for solutions so much, but I think because my book is so personal, when I'm in public, sometimes a lot of people will be like, "Oh, my father was killed. My sister also passed away," and it's a difficult thing to snap into, like how to respond in a compassionate and personal way.
Yeah.
And I think it just I want so badly to give them exactly what they need, but that's not something I can give. You know what I mean? And I
Sure.
think that it's just been it's been challenging to reckon with. I don't think anyone is actually asking me for a solution in those instances. But you know, it's a real ache to share and to feel, especially I think when you've lost someone very close to you, to know that you're standing across from someone who's also gone through that, and you want so badly to have this perfect thing to leave them with, and it never quite comes. I think that that's more of the challenge than the solution. I mean, I will say I'm sure that Kathy has had this experience too. I think that it's been difficult. A lot of mainstream media, when you do an interview, will ask you like, why is anti-Asian hate happening? What is your risk? Like, what should we do? Like, what can we do? And it seems impossible in that. And it's especially, I remember in the beginning of doing my book press, having that kind of sprung on me without any preparation at all, on like a Canadian like morning show of just like, why is this happening? What can we do? I'd never been asked that question before, and it felt somewhat insulting to me, because I felt like if there had been something similar in America, if I was white, no one would ever ask me that, you know. And it felt like such a burden of representation that I still don't know how to manage. But yeah, I mean, I think that more from the people who connected with my book, I think being asked largely from people who probably haven't read my book, how to solve these kinds of greater issues has been challenging.
Sure. No, thanks for being real about that. Kathy, any thoughts on your end too? And yeah, and I guess literally people asking you, but I'm going somewhere as we wrap up. So I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, I
you know,
have.
just-
I mean, you know, I mean, in one sense, like I would say there's an ambivalence, because I do feel the burden of representation, but then I also sense that like there's so much that media and kind of the dominant American culture gets wrong about everything, you know, about everything. And we're not even just talking about Asian American, but you know, it's just, of course, about anything related to Asian American. And I feel fortunate to have the kind of outreach that I do. So I feel this moral responsibility at the same time to speak out and say what's on my mind. But at you know, which puts me even more in the spot that I um, that I am put in. And you know, the questions can be a lot of like workplace diversity training questions, like what do I do being the only Asian person, and like, you know, and my colleagues are all white, and my colleague said this, what should I do? What do I do when someone says go back to your country? What should I say? Like, just, you know, like where they expect me to be a diversity trainer to you know, and also just like this hunger for answers that I get from a lot of, and this is like younger generation of Asian Americans. What do we do? And this is more of like a kind of a broader kind of political question, right? Like now with all this anti-Asian hate happening with Black Lives Matter, and like what do we, and just us sliding into fascism, and like what do we do? And very daunting questions like that. And I try to answer at the best of my ability, but I think that that's a question that they have to ask themselves, and they have to have that conversation with themselves and find that solution. I mean, because it's not as with everything else, it's not about one person, one spokesperson,
Right.
one representative. It's like it happens in groups and collectives and movements and all and so forth.
And there's many dualities to everything,
Mhm.
right? There's like
Mhm.
not one answer. So
Yeah.
no, thank you so much. Gosh, the time flew by, but I was gonna say it's like I'm gonna give this. I always tell people, I'm gonna give you a trade secret, but it's not even a secret because even therapists don't know. I mean, as trained as we are, even then we're like, I get a question all the time that I'm like, oh my gosh, wow. And as a therapist, they want the solution
Mhm.
before they leave the session, right? So it can be very difficult, and not one answer will work for somebody else, meaning we're all unique. Sorry, just froze. And like I might say something to somebody, and then they may think this may work for the other person, but it doesn't because we're different. But that said, I was going to say at the end of the day, I feel like your books, why they connect with you is because you were real, authentic, sharing your stories, having yourselves be seen and then everyone else feeling seen or heard, and being like, that's me, what Michelle said and what Kathy said. And so the trade secret of therapy really is validating our experiences, meaning what someone's sharing with you or when they're saying things when we don't have all the answers, it's like, well, thanks so much for sharing. We have that similarity, or wow, that's terrible or horrific, or oh my gosh, that's amazing. And I found that to be true, that we just, at the end of the day, which is why it's difficult in all this, that we just want to be heard, validated. This is us. This is our story. See us, look at us. So anyways, I just wanted to end on that note because I could keep talking to you, but I can't because I know you're busy professionals, busy authors. Thank you so much. Any last one word that you want to leave there? I always like to ask this to close up some sessions, is one word that comes to mind right now. Yes, putting you on the spot, just that is emotionally what you feel. I have one. I'll start. Mine is humbled.
Oh, great.
Humbled.
I feel grateful, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to share the past hour with you too, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll end with the Chung. Korean word. Yeah, I felt Chung speaking to both of you, and I really felt the warm kinship even through Zoom, And yeah, it was really wonderful talking to all of you as well.
Thank you so much. And just Michelle and Kathy, virtual applause. I can't hear everybody, but they're probably clapping on their end. And I just want to wish you well and hope to see you again soon. Thank you. And sending you off with Chung and gratefulness.
Thanks, Jeannie.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Wow. feeling a little verklempt, just understanding just this whole conference and being with the Transformasian executive team or AMHC executive team. I just wanted to say a few words as board chair that I've been extremely blessed to know these wonderful folks. See, I'm getting emotional. Their hard work is amazing. I love that I could kick off this Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month and Mental Health Awareness Month with you all today. So I was holding those tears in the fireside chat. But that said, I am so blessed by the AMHC crew. I can't even list everybody because I'm going to forget you all, just so you know. So I just want to say thank you. You guys have put together an amazing conference. It is a privilege to be in this field and be serving with you guys. So that said, see, I knew it. I was like, let me not get emotional, but it's okay. This is what May is all about, right, Christian? So I'm going to turn it over to Christian. Before I do, though, I do want to give a major shout out to the conference organizer, which happens to be Christian DeLuna. So folks, please acknowledge that because he was at the helm of all this. Yes, lots of folks helped, but as Asians, we don't sometimes give ourselves enough credit. So I would like to do that for Christian today. So thank you so much, Christian, for all your wonderful work and rallying all of us and keeping us in line. Thank you so much. Turning it over to you.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. Yeah, no, it's definitely a cycle of habits to break. We definitely should give the kudos to ourselves. But for one, yeah, I think I definitely echo what Jeannie's been saying. This organization's fantastic. The volunteers, again, this is a 100% volunteer, 100% free events and programming organization, because this is a passion project, a labor of love for us. Just someone who 100% knows I would not be here today without community. I know how big it is to give back and reach out to those who may not have that community to pull through these really difficult times. And we are going through very difficult times. It's been a year. And yeah, I think just wanted to call out, yeah, if anything, feel free to send us some love, support us. As I've been saying, it's 100% volunteer. So any funding we can, that you're able to share goes a long way. If you're looking for merch, we have some on our website and our store, so feel free to grab some there. But yeah, at least as what donations have funded. So we've done our therapist directory, kick that off. So we have 1,050 therapists added. And through that, we were able to have the Lotus Therapy Fund, which gave us, we started to sponsor 30 people for 8 sessions. And we are looking to open that up. I believe the forum is in the chat now for 120 people this round. So definitely do take a look at that. And we are looking for more clinicians. So if there's anyone who'd be willing to join that initiative, we'd be super grateful. Other than that, we've hosted 52 community support groups, which I think is super awesome, just open spaces for folks to be able to share with professionals in a group setting. We've had 40 waves and roundtables events over the last 2 years, and our Facebook groups, AMHC, Subtle Asian Mental Health, Asian Mental Health Professionals, and the mentorship program. It's really some vibrant, awesome communities. And our Instagram account, we hit 28K, I think, today. So being able to share those items is really exciting and promising. So again, yeah, I hope that today's sessions were, that gave you the chance to reflect on yourself, your place in community, and kind of the ways in society. And yeah, let's hope we can break some of these cycles and work towards where we want to be. And lastly, you're all worth it, and happy to have you all on board. And yeah, I think super grateful, honored, and humbled to share this experience with y'all. So, all right, take care, everyone.